Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Preface. This book is an attempt to apply to Greek the methods which Professor Sonnenschein has expounded in his Ora Maritima and Pro Patria. The main principle is that the systematic study of grammar should proceed side by side with the reading of a narrative. The rate of progress, however, is more rapid than in the Latin books of this series, because it is assumed that pupils beginning Greek will have already been learning Latin for at least 2 years. The value of an introductory reader depends on its success in enabling those who have used it to read an actual author. I have spared no pains in smoothing the path to the narrative portions of Thucydides, which for many obvious reasons are greatly to be preferred to any of the writings of Xenophon. Excepting proper names and official titles, for example, Episkopos, the text does not contain a dozen words which do not occur in Thucydides. But it is not merely from this negative point of view that the vocabulary may claim to be Thucydidean. Before writing the text I drew up 2 lists, one containing all words which are found more than 20 times in that author, the other containing those which are found more than 10 times. I have introduced about 4/5 of the words in my first list, and considerably over half of those in my second list. Nor has this resulted in a vocabulary of unwieldy proportions. The actual number of words, omitting proper names, is about 1,250. Very few of these are isolated, for example, kolpos. In nearly all cases there are at least 3 cognates, for example, grinein, grites, akritos. Considerable trouble has been taken in grouping such words together. For example, in chapter 4, emporos, emporion, emporia, poriszein, and it is intended that pupils should make such groups for themselves as an aid to memory. To facilitate this process, a list of compounds occurring in the book is given in the vocabulary after the simple verb. 2 specimen groups are printed on page 150. Not only in vocabulary, but in sentence construction and turns of expression, I have endeavored to keep the narrative of Thucydides constantly in view. Quotations from Andocides and Pseudo-Lysias, and from many other authors down to Diodorus Siculus, may occasionally be detected in the text, but none of them are out of harmony with the general style. The only author from whom I have plagiarized constantly and unblushingly is Thucydides himself. Holon arden epagagon, as Lucian would say. In choosing the subject of the narrative, 2 considerations guided me. Firstly, Greece should be the scene and Greeks the actors in the drama. Secondly, the narrative must be an account of real events. The Greek War of Independence fulfills both conditions, and has this advantage over more recent history, that neither railways nor steamers disturb the scene. Only 2 post-classical words have been found necessary. Videlicet pyritis, gunpowder, monasterion, monastery, both of which are classical in form. Isocrates' view that it is possible periton noosti gegenemenon archaios epein is certainly true of this period. Many important events, such as the various sieges of Athens, have been omitted from want of space. The incidents of 6 years cannot be compressed into 1,500 lines. But though I have confined my attention mainly to the Peloponnese, the islands, and Messalongi, I hope that an intelligible and not wholly inaccurate view of the war is here presented. Some additional color is given by various anecdotes inserted in the notes. The Greek-English vocabulary is very full and aims at teaching the pupils to use a lexicon. Much information is inserted in it, which might have found a place in the notes. The syntactical details will, I hope, prove useful to those who are eventually going to write Greek prose, while they can readily be disregarded by those who only aim at being able to read a Greek text. On pages 141 to 150 will be found the accidents required for Part 1. After reaching this point, it is desirable that boys should familiarize themselves with the arrangement of a grammar. 2 parallel exercises are given under each set of rules. It is intended that only one of these should be done on paper. The other may be used to supply examples in explaining the rules, or may be taken viva voce. I am indebted to a large number of books, and in particular, A. To the Greek Accidents of Professor Sonnenschein, to which references are given in the notes, and to Murray's Greek Grammar by J. Thomson. From Mr. Thomson's excellent book I have borrowed many syntactical notes and the treatment of prepositions in the vocabulary. B. To innumerable editions of Thucydides, to the Index Thucydideus of Van Essen, and the Lexicon Thucydideum of E. A. Beton. Without the help of these two, the book could not have been written. C. To S. Trikoupis Historia des Hellenikes Epanastasios, T. Gordon's History of the Greek Revolution, G. Finley's History of Greece, volumes 6 and 7, C. A. Fifth's History of Modern Europe, volume 2, Sir A. Allison's History of Europe from the Fall of Napoleon, volume 3, together with a number of memoirs. There are several works of fiction dealing with this period. G. A. Henty's In Greek Waters, somewhat unsympathetic. E. F. Benson's The Vintage and its sequel The Capsina, these two are excellent. M. Yokoi's Lion of Janina gives an account of Ali Pasha and the state of affairs immediately preceding the rising in Greece. Lastly, my best thanks are due to Mr. W. L. Bunting, who read the manuscript and offered many valuable suggestions, and to Professor Sonnenschein, of whose advice and assistance I have continually availed myself during the last 2 years. Signed C. D. C. Birmingham, March 1906. End of section 0. Bandade den dauta de rumena hyparche to gyno gdemati, and the pleon eideies, and the boethuies de gynonia, eise episcopuies ton tu diadictiu topon, LibriVox.org. The Greek War of Independence, Part 1. The campaign in the Trans-Danubian principalities under Prince Alexander Hypsilantes. Kephalaion to proton. The physical features of Greece. Estimen he Hellas gemi grakai orene. Monegar hetet salia u corene estin. Eke de duo moirans. Emmesogar auton estin ho Corinthios kolpos. Kai stenos estin ho isthmos. Kai epeiros men estin hepros borean moira. Kersonesos de hepros mesembrian. Kai hymen palaioi onomasdun sitan kersonesom Peloponneson. Hogar Pelops ectes asias palai aficumenos pros anthropun saporuns, hos graphe ho tu gylides, ho uluru, and exin graphe tu polemu ton de Athenaion, cae ton Peloponnesion, dieton Pluton timen megisten en tauta pros lambane. Hyden nyn epicorii onomasdun sinauten morean. Hegar ide des coras, homoia esti, do pillo des moreas. Mi credeis in hypotemoi, cae ente epeiro, cae ente morea, blendu acaloiu, ende te cemerinei hora, dieton hieton u radios diabati. Od acaloios, uc esti micros, cae tans pegans ece endois lopis des Albanias, cae inspipte inston kolpon ton Ionion catanticru des Kephalanias. Peruns inde holi nia ton lopon inston mesogean alla Paula insin cae calepai. Enis igar ende cora caradrai ucoligai. Hoste uradia estin he epimexia tois ende mesogeia cae tois paratalatius. Cae proseti nesois in ucoligei metaxutes de Europes cae des Asias, cae ton nesom megiste est in he euboia, engus des Atticesque mene. Ton da allon onomas totatai in he de Samos, cae he Chios, cae he Lesbos. Kephalaion to Deuteron, the inhabitants of modern Greece. Katadeten arkentu polemutude nemusi den koran hyte turky, kyrioi garinsi des ges, kai hy apogoni ton pelaion Peloponnesion, kai xymektos oklos ton epoikon. Kai hy pleistui ton epoikon Albanioinsi, kai hy mempiloinsi to Hellenica dema, hy dek xymachinsi ton turkon. Donde allon epikorion hymen den diaitan agunsin en de Mesogeia, catacomas a techistus, cae Georgiinsi, cae da probate trepunsin en dois lopus. Hyde catot latioinsi, cae emporui, cae ectes telatses ton pleiston dubio lambanunsin, hoten cae pluton ocoligun ecunsin. Kai he paratalatios polyanthropos esti nautikaio kla. Hyde Georgoi hyen de Mesogeia aporoinsin. Anankasduns igar autuns hy turkui duns de alluns poruns perein, kai den decaten don horaion. Hoste ucoligui dia den aporian don anankaion, lepuns in dans comans, kai anomos en dois lopus, di harpages ecunsi den dropen hosper kleptei. Harpasunsigar umonon taton turkon, alla cae taton brimpilon, cae udenos estin autois hocindinos, ude hotanatos, huto de peiran lambanunsi tu polemu. Kephaleon do triton, the causes of the war. Cae duo aetiae haede malista aie pro agunsi tun supercumus istum polemon, hete bitumia des eleutherias, cae het timoria ton adicion. Dengun epitumia des eleutherias ecunsin hyte Peloponnesiae, cae hynesiote, cae ede protiumeis in hopla lambanin, cae prostuns despotans cindineuin dietade. Protom men oligoriae ecunsin dus turcuns, cae numisnus in hoti autui men synetuisi, cae Andreioi, cae Hosioi. Duns de despotans ecunsin ac synetuns, cae anandruns, cae teus extruns. Alu prosegetuis ac synetuis archin, ude tuis synetuis hypacuen, ud axioi hy atolmois i despotai enae ton dolmeron. Epeta anomamen cae adica aie pascunsin hypoton turcon. Adicumenoide ucoioidnis i dicen lambanin paraton aethion. Allananque esti ten adician hypomenin, cae gertois critae sudem melle ute ton nomon ute tu diceiu, alla mededoron tans dicans grinunsin. A timor eteiun, eti pascunsin hypecuoi alluc anelpistuis ites timorias. Empeirui mengartes leisteias eis in hy nautai, empeirui de ton hoplon cae ton macon hy kleptai hy endois lopois, cae proseti numisdus in hoti hy rosei mellus in boeteian autois parechein. Huto mende emparascaueis tu polemu hyte nesiote cae hy epeirotei. Axios de mnemes est in hopolemos hode, cae garxum bainus in nautae, cae naumachiae, cae pesdomachiae, cae prosdosiae, cae xymporae pantuiae, cae erga axiologa hon tamen de megisten aeschinem pere tuiste turcuis cae tuis hypecuis, ecte ton cae athanaton doxan lambanus in hecateroi. Kephaleon do tetarton, the Philiki heteria. Ines ande cataton chronon de enteo de sa, rossica emporia, empori Hellenicui ucoligui, kai en to Byzantia kai en allois corius deus paraton euxinon ponton. Kai ecte semporias plusio ies ankai uca dynatoi. Kai xin homotai genomenoi, kalpos gareperon ten ton turcon arcen, apostolus latraia pempon estem peloponneson kai allose, kai hosus epeton synagus in estem synhomo sian, hos de metecus in autes monon hycateperon, alla kai hy pleistui ton axiologon politon kai ente morea kai ente nesis. Kai tun sendek synhomo siae onomasunsi tempilice netairian. Ton detairis ton, hymen tote bulaon hot iugeti crediet riven. Alla otiustum en Byzantion catacaien kai ton sultanon gitenen, tende eleuterian kai tempalaian archen to hellenica demo analambanen. Tuis dau prostatais tes synomo sias mallon en gnome protomen tunsende Moldovlachiae exagenes ton polemon. Epeta kai tunsende Peloponneso. Estide he Moldovlachia humoros de Russia kai de Austria kai de Bulgaria kai horizdi men autem prostem Sembrian hoistros potamos, horizde de Prosboran de Carpatia, hyde Pichorie tes de Moldavias cae des Vlachias hypecuies anton Turcon cae poron autis cadeniauton eperon, aluc enes an ente corae stratiotae Turcicui plenoligon, ugar nomemon en catedans xyntegans. Alla die pempen hos sultanos hyparchus Christianus, cae prurus Hellenicus, cae Albanius, cae di auton archus ites ges hy Turci. Hy dum Moldovlachioi hetuimoi esan, huto gare mantanum paraton angelon hyc synomotei, hopla lambanen cae hypertes eleuterias gindineven. Grupa une poriton hy hetairistai, tot argirion cae ta hopla prostom polemon, cae ecelon tuns pilus tuns ente Moldovlachiae hatruisden stratiotans, cae ta alla parasceuesden. Cae malis epra som proston Theodoron, cae ton Georgacen, cae ton Carabian. Homos de diaprodoton ematron hy Turci ta perites xynhomo sias. Cephalion to Pempton. Hypsilantes crosses the Pruth, 6th of March, 1821. Caepide elten Angelia hoti pantatante Moldovlachiae hetuima autuis esti. Ton hypsilanten strategum prostaxantes fietairistai angelon to Georgace caetuis allus hoti crepantas hosi metocriis ites xynhomo sias eutus en hoplus parenae. Ende hypsilantes huios tuprin hyparcutes Moldovlachias hos hypoton Turcon epiprodosiae epetane, cae stratiotes men Andreos en, cae tolmeros en Machei, ende strategiae atolmos cae aperos. Diabans dun tom brutum potamon cae strateus sans insiatium metastratiotonis diacosius, cate sucianes elten. Edegar hyente xynhomo siae tuns prurus, esande tetraconta auton desante somerus ellabon, cae tuns emporus tuns Turcicuns desmois epilatson, plen hosi apepugon. Gerixans un hypsilantes hot epeleuteria ton epicorion hece, cae hoti hotes Rosias tyrannos melle boetien auta parecin. Allos dietriven en to Iasia,
utegar to Galation catelaben ute ta alla coria tendeis metzoriis, ude tuns nautans heteroisden hon ucoligos en horismos en ta Galatia, kai diauton radion en tonte potemon kai tuns poruns pylatsen. Hydebicorie hos eidon tenda actionesian tu strategu, kai ten aperian, hypopte genomenui u kypehuon ta hypsilantei, ude etselon hopla airin. Enomizonte hoti umbelle autoisten eleuteriam parechin, alla malon despotom met bolen, kai hama ton angelui, ectu Galatiu, hya pangellun sin hoti hokarabias metaton allon hetairistom poneun situn sekei turkuns, kai taton emporon harpaslunsi kai tan soikians katakaigunsi. Kai hyento iasia stratiota ja kuusantes, kai autuito auto ebratson. Eutysgar ex egagon tuns desmotans, hunsen desmoteria epilatson, kai apolnauon kai tans oikeans auton herpazon. Kai hymen taxiarchi kai hyepicorio ja collion autuns. Orypsilante sumonum panta perieiden, alla kai strategum prostatse ton carabian, hos malista aetios en des adicias.
Kephalion to Hecton. The insurgents concentrate at Bucharest.
Kai meta hemeranstinas probainen ho hypsilantes insto Bucurestion, en hoen en ho gergakes ho prurarchus, meta stratiotantinon hui pruroiesan du coriu, kai pistos en ho gergakes, etis kai alloston en dei synomosiae, kai Andreios hama kai Anaxios des xymporas, kai hysteron prosepesen auta. Pareesande kai ho Theodoros ho prostates ton epicorion, kai ucoligi ton ectes perioicidus. Cariti garautuns xynegagen ho Theodoros. Illegegar hotien elpidi esti ten tyrannida ton turcon car lyen, kai te patridi ten eleuterian analavin. Pantesun en toi autoa corio stratopedon catelabon, kai ede en pantide ataxias kai hypopsias esan hyde stratiotei kai hypolitei. Hymengar stratiotei herpazon taton politon kai atacto iesan. Ugar miston pareiken autis hypsilantes. Hyde taxiarchi diaporoi genomenoi eneridiesan, kai hypopteon alleluns, tude hypsilantu ute taxiarchi hypekuon ute stratiotai. Esande pygadestines ectes hellados hyaiei eutacto iesan, kai meteikon des harpages, kai esegrafen autuns ho hypsilantes, logades gar esan kai machimoi, ins locontina hon onomade ton hieron locon, kai epiton pilon ten epigraphen eichon tende, eleuteria et thanatos.
Kephalion to Hebdomon. Treachery of Theodore Vladimirescu.
Kai epeide hutos ike ta entos stratopeda, angeliaitines denai elton ta hypsilante, kai ectes Rossias, kai ectu Byzantiu. Homengar tyrannos tes Rossias, perites strateas accusans, eutis hyporges, gryphagar autu epratson hyetairistei, egerytsen hoti ute xympratse ta hypsilantei, ute melle boetein. Hamade hyturki ton istron stratiadia bantes, ede en hodaesan. accusantes gar hossa hui en ta Galatia epaton hyputu garabiu, brothymoi esanten timorian ton adike santon ana lambanen. Kai huipsilantes epide hui angeli autai elton, uketi kata kora nimenen, alla gnomen eke koreniston tyrgoviston kai tekisden do korion. Eu tekiston garen. Hode Theodoros kai hui metautu protomenuk akolutunsin, alla stratopedon gatellabon engis comestinos. He apecitu Bucurestiu ecusi cae pentestadius. Epede de hui Turci tote Galation amaci heilon, cae to Iasion cae ede procorunsin esto Bucurestion, hypocore ho Theodoros es corionti ho calunsi Golestion. Cae ede pensi delonen hoti prodotes est in Theodoros, cae protimos xium prace tuis metipsilantu, alla mallon et tele automolem prostuns turcus, cae autos parauton ten argentes vlachias laven, hos mistontes brodosias. Cae gar hypsilantes xinella ben angelontina, hos eperen epistolem paratu Theodoru prostuns polemius, en he gnomen properen en caero automolia corem pros autus, hoste ten arcen ilia ecen.
Kefalaion to Ogdon. Retreat to Dragashan.
Epide unis to Golestion ho Theodoros elten, hote Georgaces cae alletines taxiarchi apicomenoi prosecallon auton exyllogon. Cae ento exyllogo ho Georgaces ecelleiuet un saldus apagenton prodoten, apiston garenae cae axion tanatu. Xynellabon un auton cae apegagon esto stratopedon tu hypsilantu, cae metoligon chronon hypotu carabiu en de notini tropo apetanen acritos. Donde stratioton husi auto exine collution, hui mem prostuns turgus prosecorun automoli, hui dalle cata cora nemenon cae xine macun teis metipsilantu. Cae ento Tyrgovista, hosper cae ento Bucurestio, atacto iesan hui stratiotai, cae dieten aporianton hebitedeion, herbas dom pantataton politon. Epide de hui Turcui engis prosecoruon, hui psilantes meta acrobolis mustinas, en hui secratun hui polemiei, hypecore prosta metoria tes Austrias, en nomisde gar hoti hui Turcui mellunsin en meso apolambane auton cae hama hui metautu uc axioma coiensin. Calapos cae en hyetoa coresantes, hui stratiotai proselton is comentina techiston, hancalunsi Dragasanion, cae paraton catascopon ematon hotien autae pruratis Turcice enestin, in socta cosiunstinas. Et doci un to Georgace, estratege garton proscen, tende den hemeran hesic asdin, et alei porungar histratiotai, cyclade peripempei, ucoligon aritmon ton hopliton, cae catanotu ton polemion taci ente hodo heprosten graiovan perei, hoste apolambanentus pruruns cae colluen autuns hypopeugen. Huto gar hapanta semellon apociteinen, cae gar opis centes comes en limne hediaton hyeton uradios diabate en, Errede potemos metaxu ton turcon cae ton anantion. Stratopedon catellabon, hote georgaces cae hocarabias, engis tes comes, ode hypsilantes cae hycatopin, Jesucazon en coria epitedeia, o apice tu dragasaniu stadia penteconta.
Kephalaion duenaton. Battle of Dragashan, 19th of June, 1821. Hymen allui cada coran emenon, ode carabias diaten sunesian banda eptiren, etelegar den doxantes nices tuis metautuinae, que hamate hesperae mecanastinas parellaba gryphatu georgacu, que metetes hippu, hes strategi, den gefuran diabans insto dragasanium proelce, que prosepese tuis turcis, que hieros locus, epeide autonidon pro core santa, cae autui istu ergone corum, cae timo, cae Rome inselton isten comen. Protum menune povuntus turcus, cae turbum paricon hoste emellon tente comen ecliping cae dietes limnes hypopeugin. Eg nungal hoti catenotu edes in hoi hoplitae. Epitamente aistomenoi hoti oligois in hui metacaraviu, cae hoti ute hui alle stratiotae pros boetusin, ute hai mecanae denaisi, apirigar esan hui epitais mecaneis. Dromo prosebalon tois anantioi satroi, cae etrepon cae tans mecanas heilon, cae ton hieron locon ecratun, cae pantas hosi pein apectenon Andreos Macomenus. Huigar metacarabiu, epeire eidon da genomena, ucipemenon alla tactos apepygon nestos stratopedon. Kephalaion dodecadon, Flight of Hypsilantes. Ode georgaces epeide tauta ematen, eutus methecaton stratioton hui etucon engus parastantes, epabuete, cae huto tolmeros prosebaletuis turcus, hoste anellabe duotom mecanon cae hosi hypolupoi esantu hieru locu, esoasde. Cae meta tuto edoci anacorin estos stratopedon. Oligui gar esan hui metautu, cae uceti huiui tesan tuis polemius antecen. Huide uc epidiocusin, obsegar tes hemeras ede en, alla esten comen an elton. Toda hypsilante, epede elten he angelia tautes tes maces, atumia enepese, cae mallon e protoron epitume ec peugin, cae de hysteraia metoligon stratioton cae taxiarchon, latra apotus stratopedu epugen esta methoria, cae ceruxans hoti dietenda apistianton allon strategon cae ten ataxianton stratioton, uceti elpisesti tes nices, diabeni ectes Moldovlachias esten Austrian, cae metatauta is desmoterion espiptei, haegar archae hae Austricae xunelabon autonte cae tuns allus, cae hysteron chrono abetana nosae ente Viennei, cae epeide epugen hypsilantes, hui allui strategoi cae taxiarchui en gindynoi esan cae aporia panton. Tongar stratioton hymen eutomolun, hyde epoiku anecorun, hyde allui uc axiomacui edocun enai.
kai toamen caravia, kai alloistis in ucetia doce ente Moldovlachiae menein, alla catepugentine heurein. Catepugon un hutoi estan Transylvanian.
Kephalaion to Hendecaton. Bravery of Albanians at Skuleni, 29th of June, 1821. Taude Georgake caetois pleistois ton tarxiarchon, ucadoce taude poien. Utegar etzelon tun stratiotans, hosi hypolei poiesan, apolepin, ute to hypsulante acoluthen, alla gnomen econ diaferein ton polemon. Ugar dietentu hypsilantu paruncian, alla dioicean reten hyperdes eleuterias hopla lavin. Ebulla onun apodon lopon hosper kleptai polemen, kai perimenton allon hosa epatson hypoton turkon umellographin, peridetu Georgaku kai tonen skulenio Albanion axiam nemes estitade. Hymenem Moldovlachiae Albaniae istat Dracosius, hos ugetzelon ectu agonos apoleipin anno maches, prostus Gulenion echorun, cae xyla cyklo periebellon hos de decisden docorion, ateciston garen, cae de trite hemerae ebelsen hoton turcon stratos. Tautem menun den hemeran metabrotiumias prosebellon docorio, hyd Albaniae cae hyalloi oigetores anteichon. Deide hysteriae, ucedigar hypollui poies anton tetracosion pleon et diacosioe cae catepeson edet axilla, hy turcui bia in selton cae tuns pylacus eponeuon. Hymenum pleistui entauta apetanon Andreos Macomenui, oliui detines effigon eston bruton podamon, hosparatos Gulenion rei, cae ista epicetera tu podamu eneon, huto de enge allotria cata fuge hypercenautis. Kephalaion do dodecaton. Death of Georgaki, November 1821. Hode Georgakes metaparmaku, hos hegemonen dom Macedonon, gnomen ecen isto Galatium bainin, cae eceten pros liminatina Hellenicum plein, cae metechin tu ente Helladiagonos. Edegar ercon tu polemu hyente Peloponneso, cae epimen duomenos hy turcui epidiocon autus entois lopois aluc hyoi tesan heurein. Diapiliangar hyoi getores ecrypton autus. Telus de hogar Georgakes noso et alaipore, catepugon is monasterionti. Hy de turci epi de tauta para automoluti nos ematon, pensans dans polus nuctos catelabon, cae de hystereiae pantacotem prosebalon do monasteria aluc hyoi tesan Helen, cae geruca probempon, cae etzelon adeam poien data Georgake, cae hosui alloi paresan. Hode Georgakes ute tuis logis episteuen, ute etelen ecin tuis polemiuis. Te dystereiae altis prosebellon hy turci, cae cratun tom pylon hoste ucetien elpis des soterias tuis endon. Cae ho Georgakes, epide ida te genomena, eutiusis elsen istum pyrgon du monasteriu, en ho euporia en de spiritidos, cae epide isauton isidramon hypolemioi, empresans apetane, cae ton turcon ucoligi xinapetanon. Huto mende en recto meni apu hote hypsilantes cae hymetautu tu proton hopla elabon, o Moldovlachia agon is aiskran eltet eleuten, diatente accinesian tu hypsilantu, cae hoti hyoicetores ugenomidon auton sotera enae, alla malon xenon cae allopylon. telos tu pro tu merus. Vox koinonias pepoiemene. Bandede tan tautha terumena hyparche to gyno gdemati. And the pleon eideies, and the boethuies de koinonia, eise episcopuies ton tu diadictiu topon. LibriVox.org. Part 2. The First Year of the War in Greece, 1821. Kephalaion to driton kai decaton. The Outbreak in the Morea, March 1821. Kai printa in Moldovlachia hutos in saiskrante leutan eltsen, hy alloi Hellenes kai malista hyente Peloponneso pandidropo paraskewazdontai prosta paronta. Kai matsontes hotien hoplois edes in hyente Moldovlachia hypsilantus strategundos, kai hoti gratunsi ton turkon, ugarta onta engellon hy apostoloi, alla panta kosmun, bulluntai kai autui metechin tuagonos, kai ente helladi majestai hypertes eleuterias, kai ente tarta meni tuene autu, herche hedet tu polemu gignetai. Edu congertines stratiotai ton Albanion apobantes in sacratan. Esti de grata par Salacidion epito Corinthio colpo Gamenon, cae limena echei, cae dietes Mesogeas poreuontai prosten Tripolitsan. Hygarecei Turci en phoboi ede ontes phylacas medepempontai. Hudoiun hy Albanioi en hodoi ontes inspiptums in Synhedran, caegar hyoi ketores is caradran en hedreuon, cae apetsanon auton secus in hypoton polemion ballumenoi. Hyralloi epede dagenumena aestanontai, eutsius to hopla apoballonte sephygon. Tuuton ungenomenon stratiotaitines turkicui, insta calabryta aneltsontes apengellon hodi hoi Hellenes ta hopla analavontes mellus i poliorkendo chorion cae pantas tuns turcuns phoneuein. Eutsisun hui turcui hosoi esanentois calabrytois et teichis ta soikians cae talla paraskevazdonte prostem mellus am poliorkian. Tautem menuunten nykta hesykazon. Kephalaion to tetarton kai decaton. Fall of Calavrita and Kalamata, April 1821. Hamedete hemerae hyectes perioikizos Hellenes xyneltontes peiran poiuntai tu teichus. Alukoioites an Hellene. Andreosgar apotu erymatos amynontai hyendon. Homos de metahemerastina en deia ton epidedeion, ugar sitos en etien ta teichei uralloti broma. Anancasdontai hyi turcoi keryka pempim prostus poliorcuntans perispondon. Caetuis Hellensi prostuto to kerygma bulleuomenuis, lyperagar cae autuis he poliorkia, et doc apocrines tai hodiat cellus spendes tai hoste tuns turcus, caetus Albanius hoseas anento teichei, aneu hoplon excelsen, cae epituto adeian ton somaton poiunsin. Hyde poliorcumenoi cae per upaniupis teuontes tuis polemiuis, homos diato megesoston paronton cacon decontaetan spondans hosadunatonon allatini tropa sosdestai. Ugar hicanon autis hyperche to pletsos, hoste diaton polemiam biasdestai in scatafygentina. Alla de limo apotanen eicein tui sexo. Autis ton keryka pempunsi cae spendontai cae horcuis tuis megistuis catellabon allelus hecateroi. Taude de accusantes alluitines tonantai Peloponnesae autis hopla elabon hos eu paraskon ten eleuterian analavein, cae corionti calamaton onoma apoliorcun, cae de hystereia spondans poiuntai prostun sendon, hosper caentois calabrytois, hoste tuns turcuns ados apeltsen,
kai to chorion kata lambanusin. Epai romene un hui Hellenes de duce, kai garoion osedoche autui senai tupolemu, tunelton eston potamon hosparat an calamatan rei, kai aucans poiuntai xumpantes prostuns teus, tuns epichorius hos aetius ontas des autuchias. Homos de tuns turcus, epi de catatans spondans aneu hoplon exelton tu te chismatos, sunelabon kai tuns horcuns parebainon, kai ton theon ton horcion melun. Kai gar hysteron chrono tuns mempaidans andropodisnusi, tuns anthropuns poneuns in hapantas. Kai periton apotanonton catechi eticae nyen te helladi hologos hode, hoti catepagen autuns hes selene. Nictos gar kai latra apetanon. Kephalion to pempton kai decaton. Spread of the insurrection. Kai thorsos elave pantans tun salluns Hellenas hosi esanente Peloponneso. Epi de autis angelia elce, don entuis calabrutis, kai te calamate genomenon. Kai catatachos paresque vasdunto hos nis polomon kai pro tiumundo epelten epituns turcuns. Kai cataton chronotuton en esan ente Peloponneso, uk elatson dismyriui ton othomanon, hon hypleistui georgiontes, catacomans ateichistun sorcun, kai apylactui esan. Al ute eleu ute oictu etikon. Hygar Hellenes bulleunt o dican lambanin tom prim patematon. Kai epidomenas dietelun tuste georguns poneuontes, kai tas oicians catecaiontes, kai tas caue leian poiunto. Tondo turcon hossuies tuns lofus pygen poiuntu, limo asteneia somaton kai traumas in apetneiskon. Kai udia macru catefaga kai tutuns selene. Oligio idetines diesosdunto figontes instant tripolitsan, eisti ton allon te chismaton ha phylat soneti viturcui. Kai taende calamate genomena econtes paradigmata panton ha kai autui emellon pascein. Pantitropo paresque vasdunto hos upot mellon testuis polemiois eikein apistuis te unsi kai ponicotatus. Huto mende is polemon aspondon kai aceruk ton echorun hecaterui. Kephalion to hecton kai decaton. Device of the primates to avoid arrest. March 1821. Kata de ton chronon tuton, en hoia geneto he hallosis ton calabruton, kai eti protoron sten tripolitsan xynelthin tuns de procrituns ton Hellenon, kai tuns episcopuns, dihon hyturcui ton foron epratsonto. Xynelton gar catetos hecastonis tautan tempolin, hos periton forum buleusontes, kai in axiomati esan hypoton hyperkoon kai dynamin ukoligen ekon. Hyde turkui ede en poboiontes, est tanonto gartuns Hellenas hoti paraskewas dontai hos polemesontes. Escopun hopos nepse homeron allotini tropo lysunsi ten apanastasin. Kai ariston epainoto autis tuns procritus sulabin, egar ecenus catexunsi, cem pilaceter resunsin, elpison ton demon aposteresin ton hegemonon. Al upruchore autis de pragmata hea bulunto. Hygar procrito idontes men hoti prochoresunsin esten tripolitsan, cindineusunsi dena paten. Faneros de apepin ubulumri escopun hopo sarista hexeta pragmata, kai toion de tie bulevon. Xynelton es commentina, he apechetes tripolitsa soliga stadia, kai enteutzen meta turkontinon eporeuonto hos epites polios. Al ede en hodoiontes, ec parasceves en edincanon angela hos eferen autis epistolem selden usan kai ucalensen. Prosepoiuntogar ten epistolem paratinos tonen tripolitsa turcon pilu ontos tuis hellensin elcen, kai hoti parainei autis epoikon apelcen. Ugaras feles enai probainen esten tripolitsan, hos melonton ton en archais pantans punewein. Anignoscusin un tauten ten epistolen, tuis turcis hymet auton esan, kai ten prodosian auton categorunsi. Kai tuton genomenon uceti esten tripolitsan procorunsin, al apocomisdon tai epoicu.
Kephalion do hebdomon kai decaton. Murder of the Patriarch in Constantinople, 22nd of April, 1821. Endete Constantinopoli hos sultanos epi deperituem modoblachia polemu ecusen, hyporges ec des polios ec sebalon ucoliuns ton ec e Hellenon, alnus de cae eponeusen hos xynomotas sontas cae apistuns. Cae stratiotans instans oicians ton idioton diepempsen, epi zetes in ton hoplon diatopantans sumoios en hypopsia echin. Phaneron de genomenon ton en de Peloponneso, cae mallon orgizeto cae odoxe megati pragma praxanta, ec plexaetuns hypecuns. Protomenun synella ben hepta ton archiereon, cae edesen en to desmoteria, cae garto autuns xyllavein elpise, megalen ec plexin parexin tuis allis. Epita cae auton ton Gregorion, ton patriarchen apecteinen, en tropa teiode. Eltenis ten oician tu Gregoriu homegas diermeneus, meta tu grammateos cae stratiotonti non, cae engelen auto hoti de autus, tus archiereans xyncalein, hos periton paronton buleusontas. Cae epide istu buleuterion hui archieres xynelson, togar me hypacuein de non efainota autis. Anigignoscata hypotum megalo dihermeneos, epistole en hei categores tu Gregoriu hos sultanos, hos prodotu ontos, cae meteton polemion tu basileos xympratsontos. Apegagon un auton histratiote isto desmoterion. Apochore santos de autu hodiermeneus elsuse celeus et uns parontas haerestai allontina patriarchen antitu Gregoriu. Tongar Basileon ubules taetuns Christianus aneu patriarchu enai, dietoten hiorten agin, et congar to pasca poiesontes te epigignomene hemerae, cae te hysteraia celeus santos tu sultanu hoplitaitines cae hippes exegagon ec tu desmoteriu ton Gregorion ten sceuen hieran eti forunta, cae dieton hodon poreu omenoi afficonto isten oician autu, cae entade protestiras apancusin auton cae per anaition onta cae acriton. Kephalion to ogdon kai decaton. Recovery of the Patriarch's body. Cae epimen 3 semanas protes oicias emenetus soma tu patriarchu. Epeta hui entele eceleus anton Judaiontinas, extis tuigar esan hui Judaioi tuis Hellesin, apocomisdein auto, cae esten talas sans ripten. Eceni iun is ploion is bantes cae sparto desantos lisom prostos soma eripson esten talasan. Al ugar hicanos baris en holitsos hostecada dius aeton necron, edu comportmestines Christianoi heurontes ton necron to anemo cada feromenon, cae apocomismus in esten odesson, aestomenoi men hoti esti to soma hiereostinas Christianu, agnountes do hoti esti tu patriarchu.
kai peda eis tanunto hyente ode so ton necron hospertea duce ectes talases anaferomenon, edoxe demosia ton tafon poiestai, kai pompen epoium megalan kai euprepen. Epidegar hec fora egeneto, esan entois pompeusi pantes hui axiologotatui ton politon, kai hires poloi, kai hipes, kai hoplitai, kai ton xenon plesos ti mega. Huto mende etapton ton Gregorion ton patriarchen. Ide taute geneto ente summasi ton proxenon tes Rosias, kai tes Anglias, kai ton allon megalon dynamion, ukhalapon ekasdestai hosa epatson hui Hellenes hui en Smyrne, kai pollais allais polesi. Polluns mengar anthropus kai paidas e phoneusan hui turki. Pollans zoikias lean poiunto. Kai pantaku en thorbus polys kai ekplektikos.
Kephalion to Enaton kai Decaton. Deputation from the Morea to the islands. Kai eutius metatauta hui procritui tes Peloponnesu presbis pempusin est apsara apangelontas apapoiekasin huiente helladi. Apo bebecotes un hui presbis est neson cata lambanusi ton demon mellonta ecclesiam poien peritu polemu cae parel ton tisauton elegetuiade. Paralleli tamen obsariane insten ecclesian tende hospison tuns nesiotans boetein tuis cateperon, xium bebeca garceiros, hos upo protoron, hyger Peloponnesioi hopla lavontes eden nike casi tuns turcus, cae crate casi tes coras. Hyde turcui bepeugansi men istate schismata, bepeugotes de ucecum sida epitedea ude ta allas geuhe hoste antechin, e cade gen cae cade talasan poliorcesomen hautus. Tagar de schismata panta plantes tripolitsans para salasia esti. Deum pantas tuns nesiotans, cae hosi ista nautica empiroinsin eutis boetin. Syngenes gar este ton en de Peloponnesoa, cae eton gindyno metexete cae des apauton eleuterias. Alude macregorin, autuigar heoracate, hosa hui turcui istuns Hellenas hemartecasi, cae hosa ento paralleli toti chrono bebontamen. Hyde psarianui apoton logon tuton de tarse cotes, cae mimenes comenui haento prin chronoi hui turcui edigegesan. Pro tumunto timorian ana lavem panton hon ebebontesan, cae hypes conto entace boetesen. Id presbis, epede eis tanunto autuns pro tumuns lontas, epleusan est spetsa, cae ten hydran, cae ten des psaudois genomena angelandes epitontus nesiotans estom polemon. Kephalion to Aegoston. The islanders join in the revolt. April 1821. Vid nesiotai hutui jupoteleis mem foruesan, cat eniauton garepem ponton forum prostan Constantinopolin, dat alla autonomoi apoliteuonto. Cae hama pollans naus econtes emporias Heneca megam Pluton ne lefesan cae empiroi esan ton nauticon. Cae catemenden epanastasin des Gallias, cae tuns hysteron epigignomenus polemus, en huis stratege hon Napoleon, siton ise comison cata talassan estans polens tans pros hesperan des Europes. Ec pepetocotos de tu Napoleonos, uc homoius eupraguon. Caen tuto to chrono en ho earchetu Hellenicu polemu geneto, genei menes an haipleistai ton neon, vid nautai scholazontes cae etiumun.
Hei kai mallon pro tiumundo ebiskewas den dans naus, kai epiplum poiestaitus turkis. Affigomenon ton presboan syn elton hynne sihotai, hos bulleu somenoi periton paronton. Kai doxam metechintu agonos, discopun hopos arista ton plum poiesontai. Kai ariston fainoto autois, dans naus alnos ec pempin, hopos da fortegica ploia ton turkon sylnebsontai. Etidecai istan epiron da sasias plein, hos epimele somenoi hopos empolon genesontai to sultano me pempin boetian tuisen de Peloponneso poliorcumenus. E fainunto gar hyende Constantinopole toniston hellanda plum parescevas domini. In de tuto educen afficomenos ectes hiu neophytostis, hos epise tun centele proton ischion ton plum poiestai. Hod neophytos perimenta politica aperos en. Hysteron de chrono didascalos genomenos epeideus etinas ton axiologota ton Hellenon. Cae ede emploiontes ematson hote hui turcui xyllavontes tuns procrituns, hosiende hiocat ocun, homerum secunsi. Cae numisduntes hoti eiton epiplum poiesontai te nesa, em megala kindyno ton somaton esontai hui homerui, apractui apepleusan.
Kephalaion to proton kaiekoston. Success of a Greek fireship, June 1821. Accusantes dohoti neostines turcicae ec tubos puru ec pleusin. Eutius parescevasanto hoseceise ton plum poiesomenui. Cae eneduchon triereitini ton turcom perisamon hormusei. Cae ugar etelon en hemera insceras elsen, ebuleusanto hui nauclerui nyctos prosballen. Hode canaris, ende ton naucleron empirotos cae Andreos, gnomen poiesato hoti dei pur emballen de trierei, cae autos buleto temperan poiesastsei. Hol cademen untina palaian, cae educe parunsa, egemisan glematidon cae dados, cae nictos ebigenomenes bantes nautaititines sin secosi, cae autos hocaneris, cae gelation ana de samenui elatson tuns polemius pros pleontes. Cae epide ede engus esan, cira sideran ebebelon de trierei, hoste uceti dynaton en dois turcis da duo ploia apolluen. Cae hui metacanarios de men holcadi pur enebalon, autoide istocelation metabantes elaunon. Cae autius flogs megale geneto, epi furu untos tu anemu, cae huiente trierei uchoioi tontes to pur pausai pantes homu dieptheronto. Ugar en autus instengen nen hos meteoru hormuses destrierus. Hui de Hellenes hosites peras metechon pantes sosdonto dieto tuns polemius malum pros ten holcada pros toceletion tunum prosecen. Pairomenoi un te Eudokia pareplon ten epiron hui Hellenes, cae ento parapla hamamen apopasin se poiesanto, cae pollen lean elavon hama deploia fortegiga xyllavontes, tuns men nautans cae tuns emporuns phoneon, dans de naus aplus poiesanto, ana de samenoi parecomisanto insta psara, cae ec plexis polle geneto tuis turcis ec tu ergu. Kephalaion to deuteron kaiekoston. Battle of Veletsi, 24th of May, 1821. Cae poliorcumenon en de triplietsa ton turcon, xune triste estem poliorciam megaplesos ton Hellenon. Cae paresan hydalli strategi, cae ho Demetrios hypsilantes, cae ho colocotrones,
tuton homen Demetrios Delphoson tu hypsilantu tu emmodovlakia strateguntos exepempte hypautu esten Hellada. Hodokolokotrones protorumen anton klepton, kai teit Andrea proekon kai emperia tu polemu en axiomatien hypoton Peloponnesion. Huutujun hystrategoi prostaparonta bulle womenui escopun hopos lepson taito chorion. Egar tuto lepsesetai, elbison entake kaiton allon teikhismaton, hon hyturkoje fylason gratesin. Keitumem proton edoxen epiton lophon, hykyklo periesi te polei, stratopedeuestai, kaiton parodon phylaciam poiestai, opos metet apitedeia is comistesetai esten polin, mete hyendon esten talasam peuxontai. Huton gar nomisdon hodichrono hetripolitsa ekpoliorke thesetai. Stratopedeus samenoiun epiton lophonton hypertes polios, he sykasdon ute estopedion catapainontes, ute te pole pros bolans poiumeni. Hyde turcui, idontes hoti paresceu vasdontai hosnes machen, protom men ebec solum se poiesanto, que cratun des ges. Epeita en allegoria edet uns polemius equontes, die noetes am prosballen to megistos stratopedo, que epede cairos doce ienae, ham heo exceltontes metapollon hopliton, cae hippeon, cae dietu pediu poreutentes, anebainum prostos stratopedon ton Hellenon. Hyde epede heaphodos egeneto, aputo erumatos macumenei ape crusanto tuns polemius. Cae nictos ebigignomenes enancasthesan hyturcoi hypocorein apractoi, cae ende catabase throrubescentes polloi apetanon. Hylolus garontos tu choriu, hy Hellenes radios et thorubon autuns, emperiontes des choras, cae ectuas falluns ballontes. Cephalion to Triton cae Ecuston, siege of Tripolitsa. Epartentes de dainice tautae, hy strategeiton Hellenon excelli ponto stratopedon tuenteis lophois, cae catella ponta tricorufa. Estide ta tricorufa lophos engystes polios gemenos, cae hama paresce vasdonto hos pros bolem poie somenui te polei, cae epide hy turcicoi hippes exceltontes, hosper cae protoron, escedastes an anatopedion, o colocotrones locis de stratiotan stinas ins coilen hodon. Cae hy ectes enedras aipsnidios epigonomenui tuis hippeusi catanotu prospiptunsi cae trepunsi. Hoste dieptares men is hecaton oligui ditines instant tripolitsan die socesan. Huto men un hy Hellenes ecratun des ges, tuis de turcuis uceti en ebec soluns poiestai, ude trophe hicane hyperchen, hosten estenun cae autui cae hy hippoi. Aporuntes de hopos socesontai, Excellent spendestai hoste metoplon exceltin cae ados instant talassan poreutenai. Hyd strategui ton Peloponnesion coinemen ucedexanto tuns loguns, idia de angeluns pempsantes prostusendon, etines autuis gnorimo iesan, hypes conto peisestai ton somaton epitoi argyrion reton decestai. Alloide ellatson polluntes siutontuis poliorcumeneis, nyctos garta epitedeia perum prostateice. Hutomen chronia ageneto he poliorcia. Epide de hy Hellenes emathon hodistrateumeti torcicon ede poreuetei instant Peloponneson, cae henees ectes Constantinopolios exepleusan, protiumetes antem polin Helleim brintautanten strateian afficestai, cae cerica pempsam pros tuns turcuns, legonta hodiet cellus is spendestai, hoste pantans tuns entei polei, tuns dandras, cae tans gynaicans, cae tuns paedans, aneu hoplon excelsein. Kefalaion to tetarton Gaiegoston, Fall of Tripolitsa, 5th of October, 1821. Hyde Turkui, engelto gar ede audis, hosa egegenauto gai peprakto en ton neo castro, gai tuis aldis de chismasin ha ec popoliorge menaen. Efobethesan gai allan spondas proferon gai ege cheirian poiesanto. Gai tes ege cheirias genomenaes, edi constratiotaitines Hellenici prosta deiche coruntes, hositum polesontes tui sendon, gai prosperontes climacas anebainon. Anabantes deutius catecops antus pylacas, gai do Hellenicon semeion epito deiche eran. Tauta de iduntis, huentos stratopedo hopla labontes dromo a corun, hymen ista deiche, hyde prostans pylans, haedukon aneogmenai diatene cecheirian. Ke bia in selsun istem polin. Ke lampros le lumenon don spondon, pans idea letru epigenetotes politais. Domen garanthropon, hymen, en chersimachomenui apetharon, hyde istans oikias fugontes en eprescesan. Haide gynaikes kai paides o mos kai aparai tetos poneutesan. Tautem men nun den hemeran kai tes hysteraias merosti, tu sendon apoketeinontes epepaunto hui Hellenes. Tide trite dietes polios escedas menoi tansoikias hosai uc ede cecaumenai esan, alesdonto, kai epipollans hemeras hui ectes perioikidos, epeide afficto autois hengaliates lasios, xynelzontus epharpagen, eiti paralleleipto, lean apoiunto, que pollon necrona tafononton, ugar etselon hi Hellenes taptinta somatoton athomanon, erxado eda luimos gnestai, hoste doxe tui strategois, denta polin leipein, que de chorionen hoeas an strato pedomenoi, ededar edet neces am polloi. Taudemen tacateten halos in des tripolitsas genomena. Telus tu deuteru merus. Pantedetan tauta de rumena hyparche docui no gedemati. En de pleion ideas, en de boetuyes de koinonia, et episcopuies tontudia dictu topon. Librivox stigme.org. Part 3. The Campaigns of 1822 and 1823. Kephalaion to pempton kai ekoston. The Samians try to persuade Chius to join in the insurrection. March 1822. Kai hamata eri eutus archomena tu epigignomenu terus, ho sultanos en naeke nos apostellein ectes Constantinopolios hopos hoplitaste kai sidon e sagagonsin esta deichismata hosa en de Helladi etipoli orketai. Kai hama apobasins poiumenui cata plum pobum parecos ituis nes iotes. Dongar neson gratia son eo cateire toterums nomisen esestai tuns allums Hellenas. Kai ton neson epigin du notaten den tesin echon, hete chios kai hesamos kai tapsara hos engis unta des epeiru. Kai huimem psarianui empeirotoi ontes des talatses, kai hui samioi en oligoriae puiuntu tuns turcuns. Eutycesantes gar en to protera etei, edocunis chiroteroi autoanenai. Vidicie plus iototoi ontes, kai neson tuis pansin euporotaten oicuntes, prosten hes suchiam malon ten gnomen econ pobumenoi meta de notata pathosin hypoton turcon hypoton Hellenon. Peridetuton ton chronon, etice pugastis Chios onomati Antonios, in samon apficomenos, cae meta Lycurgu xum prace hopos ins apostasin epotrunosi tencion. Hod Lycurgus protorum men en iatros toda de en axiomati hypoton samion genomenos bitan notatos en to demo. Hudo iun epes antuns samius parachin naustinas, cae hoplitans legontes hodi ei hui Hellenes pensans dans nesuns peripoiesontai, bebaioteran den arcentes talatses hexunsi. Labontes de blesosti excepleosan cae apobas impoiesamenui istencion ceruca epempon, cae is apostasim proca luntu tuns epicoriums. Hyde bulleuonto eite hopla labontes medecosi tu polemu, eite cae hesuchian agosin, hosper cae proteron, cae edoxen hesuchasden. Denon garen me hy ectes peiru barbari megalos strata apicomenui eutis den dimorian analabosin hos macran apecontos tu Hellenicu nauticu.
Kephalion do hecton gaecoston. The Massacres at Chios, April to June 1822. Alud hos Echelon hy meta Lycurgu dem peiran apocnein. Procoresandes de stempolin hen orcun hy pleistuiton turcon emperiontes. Tusmen apfoneusan, tuns de inspygen etrepon, cae den acropolin poliorcun en he encatelifte pruratis turcice. Cae hus sultanus epeide tachista taute ecusen, hoti malista orgisteto, cae edoxen eutius naus hos blestans apostellein hina boetiam parecosi de prura, cae tuns samius ec balosi. Pro tumundo de histratiotae insta macrotata, cae xuneple autis polus arithmos ton etelonton hos ep harpagen. En tuto poliorcumenu etitu coriu, ton Chiontines, ton me roterei genomenui, fovumenui me hypotu Lycurgu de notata patsosin, hopla elabon cae xune poliorcun den acropolin. Prin dexelten paraboetes et strateuma ton turcon, ins heptacis Chilius, cae to Lycurgo, cae tuis metautu ecpexis en epese, cae edoxen asphalesteron enae instans naus ins bantas apoplein, pros pollodinatorteruns agonisdestai. Difugonton unton Samion, hymen ciui ascenestriesan, hoste amynestai, cae inspansan ideam pugese coruon, ton de turcon hoplitai cae allos oclos epipolium chronon dietelun tuns men apocteinontes, tuns dandrapodisdontes, tuns dallus eleisdonto hae bulonto. Hosoi mengar insta monasteria catefugon, catechilius anthropus cae pleius xynapetanon. Alluide instans oicias cateltontes, ade angar autuis hypesceto diacericon hostrategos, panoikesia hos epein eponeuhonto. Ut egar effidonto hy barbari presbyterans, ut neoterans helicias, ut ton paidon, ut ton gynaikon, cae to saude adicesan, hosa uke mene moneuto allotipu genestai. Homos de ton apotenonton, ulypero terra e painoto, he sympora cae ton perigenomenon, epigar dulea bemptesang prosten epeiron. Kephalion do hebdomon gaecoston. Mavrocordato goes with an army to Messolongi, June 1822. Cata de tuton ton chronon en ha hyciei huta sepraxan, hom Mavrocordatos prostates tu coinu genomenos, buloto insta Hesperia tes Hellados plein,
Hina tuiste suliotais tuisente giapei poliurcumenuis boetheiam parecui, caeta pragmatais amino catastas in agagui. Hygarece Hellenes estasiason en allales, cae uden axiologon estum polemon epraceto. Ende hom mauro cordatos gnome te udenos hysteros, cae insta politica empeirotatos, cae pro tiumeto cae peritom polemicon doxam pros laven. Ambibasans unestans naus hoplitans hos heptocosius cae tom psilonis cilius cae tetracosius excepleus anesto mesolongion, xuneple dauta cae hopilelenon lochos. Pandesgar hui pilelenes xunhetruistesen es senalochon. Estratege dauton daniastis ita los genos. Afficomenos de esto mesolongion xuneprace tuisece hegemosin hopos tu suliotan sosdei. Ton degemonon dynatotatos en hogogos. Hos ede hebdomekonta ete gegonos, cae kleptes to pringenomenos, pizanotatos en tuis epicorius. Hutos phobumenos me astenesterant en dynamin hui kleptai equien, hui meta mauro cordatu ta pragmata catexusi, prodote segenato, cae panta ha anna iecon hui Hellenes latra parengelle de sturquis. Hui de stratopedon catalabon, en de arte hopos Gallien tus polemius estanquiapam probainen. Stratausante sun hui Hellenes estopeta, apecida to chorion tes artes hos ecus iduen deonta stadia. Estratopedeus santo cae autui. Estratege dauton normannos anglicostis genos. Eleiptegar epilagadei homauro cordatos en alatsun stratopedo. Cephalion do ogdon cae coston. Battle of Peda and destruction of Philhellenes. 16th of July, 1822. Hymen un Hellenes, hos ute mecanae hypercon autis, hostet en artam poliorcen, ute dynatoi esam biae dielcen estan Japan, polans hemerans he sychazon caeron scopuntes. Hyde Turci en oligoria ede autum secontes, dienuntu brusbolem poiestai. Excelsonte sum pollo pletei, esan dos octicis Kyriei, cae ham hea aficomenui engistes polios cadebainon estopedion, udenos Galliontos. Dogarbeta tesin eci metaxiduo lophon, uc hypselon onton, cae periecetuns lophus pedion mega. Epide un eis tanonto hui Hellenes tuns polemiuns pros coruntas, paresque vasdonto cae autui hosins macen cae etatsonto hode. Homem Pilhellenicos locos, epitu lophu tu protes comes entetagmenos. Hopos te prote hormei ton polemion antechyen, cae tu politu ergo exceltyen. Iralle epiton catoping meteoron diatetagmeni esan hina collysean tuns turcus taute ten ephodon poiestai. Protom menun hi barbari tuis Philhellensi prosbolen poiesanto, hosper cae prosedeconto. Hyde Andreos Macomenui dis et tris apecrusanto autus, ques pyganetrapum, aluden hetson acrobolismois, cae pantitropo epecerun hui polemioi cratein tu lophu. Epita ho turcicos strategos, idon tus stratiotans allos ponuntas, cae desans me uceti udem praxeian ex anantias pros ballontes, periepem se plesos ti mega ton Albanion, hopos tuis epitu opisten lophu pros pesontes phobeseian cae huto crateseian tes polios. Huto iun elaton anabainontes eston lopon, hone de ton gogon phylaxai, kai dietem producian autu a phylactosen, kai ede gas hyper genomenui epepesson tuis hellasi kai spygen etrepon. Iralli idontes den dropen kai autui apefygon, hymen ista ore, hyde hos hekastui elpida ekon des soterias. Kratesan sun dom meteoron, hoton albanion strategos, tuns men diepemsen hopos tuns peugontans dioxeian. Tuns den esten komen hopos katecauseian dans oikias. Tuis de lui pois pros tuns pilhellenas pro choresen. Kai do ergon entautsa calepone geneto do loca dudo. Kai amphiboloi ontes, kai polloi soligoi macomenui. Homos anteikon epipolium chronon, epeita mentui, ugar pleone detsarakonto hyperleiptesan, synkleisantes droma biasdon tai diatom polemion, kai diesothesan hos pente kai ecosi, kai hexium fora haute ud mias elatson epepesen henige loca ton kataton polemon. Ton dallon hellenon hosui ephygon, upolloi apetanon. Ugar epipoly hedioxis egeneto. Alla mallom prosten leian et raponto hypolemioi. Kai mete tauten dem machen homem maurocordatos, kai ton stratioton hosui hypolui poi esan, an elson esto mesolongion. Hyder suliotai, hyendek japei, idontes hot iudemia boetheia hexei, dans spondans edexanto, hans proferen hos strategos ton turkon, kai apecomistes anesten kerkyran hypospondi.
Kephalaion dueneton kai ekoston. Invasion of the Peloponnese by Dramali, July 1822. Kai kataton auton tuoton chronon, geleuontos tu sultanu, ho Dramales strategos on, autokrator metatris myrion stratioton, hon hyplistui hypesesan, dietes Thessalias strateuen, hopos stem Peloponneson isbalon pensante tangente mui, cae tuis epicorius duleian epiperui, cae afficumenos instans Thebans, cae tempolin helon catecausen. Hyger Hellenes istan Salamina catephygon, cae ude dans paroluns phylason dans dietes boiotias perusans. Ende pruratis Hellenice, ende Corintho tropen triomeno necunsa. Tuis de prurus, hos idon tanis volenton polemion, ecplexis epigeneto megiste de, canis pugen et raponto, cae per pusei scuras unses de sacropolios, cae eupilactu. Hutos istem Peloponneson niseballon hyturcui amachei. Alla catespudem pore womenui polla ton hyposdygion, cae ton hippon apeballon, cae ta epitelea brachea echon. Hoper cae maldista en hystero diepsire ta pragmata. Cae prin ton Dramalen afficestai hyturcui, hyen nauplia tote epoliorcunto, ede en pollo atiumia cae aponoia iontes, ins logum selton tois poliorcunsi perispondon cae tes paradosios tu tecus. Hyde procritui ton Hellenon, dietribon, cae en alleles estasiazon, hos buolumenui hecastos autos to polytes harpages comisdestai. Epeide un engelte, hotito turcicon strateuma epercetai, cae hosun uc ede paresti, tuis men en nauplia Rome geneto, hyde Hellenes an elpis tui genomenui tes Eutychias cae Eutimun. En declesia ton strategon,
kai ton prokriton, kai alloi men alla allegon. Hyde plegons mallon ten gnomen ekon, estans nans autui ins bainen, kai hosa cremata ekon, gomizdes teis coriontias fales. Hode hypsilantes teleutaios parelton elegetui alle.
Kephalaion do triakoston. Speech of Ypsilantis. Epe de apolitai pansi delonestin hoti hui turki polla strata procorunsi, kai hoson uparesi deihe mans prostaparonta eubuleuestai hostes patridos em megista kindina unses. Hosui menum beituns in humans instans nans ins bainen, cae prostans nesuns apopeugen, mathontan hoti etem peloponneson hui polemioi catastrepsontai, econtai cae hainesui hostetuis figunsin, ud mia soteria hyparxei, alla mallon ispaneronoletron coresontai. Tina unelpide econtes, et tini gnome mellete apoplein. Posgar ublave, cae hemin cae tuis allois peloponnesius tuto gignestai. Cae pos ucre, cae epito escaton agonos eltein, mallon aiscroston gindinon fugein. Nomisei de medins, hoti den aspaleian hexomen hypocoresantes estem mesogeian. Caegar utet un stratiotans hoioite sometaha troisdein, utet epitedeia higenos lavein. Alla radios pensan den hellada catapolemesuns in hui turcui. Hutos une conton ton pragmaton tada buleua. Pempetemem proston colocotronen hopos entachei metastratias pros hemas eltei. Pempete decae esten allem Peloponneson. Cae autui tans paroduns philatsamen, cae tuis polemiuis anacorunsin. Entacheigar he anacoresis autuis genesete aporiae, ton epidedeion, ton siton catecausomen. Pros balomem et Andreas cae Tolmes. Cae prostun stratiotans idia tade lego. Etis oietaituns polemius poveruns senae, oti polluns ipeans econtes ercontai, pantom maldista pisteusato, endeagar tropes ucresimoi esontai hui hippoi, ude engei oreinei hoioi tesontai hui hippes blaptein hemas pleia e pascein. Tuton menestentes meceti dia fobu este, alla scopeite hotita polla prosimon esti, cae prosimos acolutesate, cae tolmeros epelcetetuis polemiuis. Huto garcalliston de ergon heming symbesetai, cae ucan elpiston emoege. Kephalaion do proton cae triakoston. Dromali et Argos, July 1822. Tu iautem enelegen Hypsilantes, cae tom prokriton hymem pescentes estratopedeusanto epitom meteoron, hyde alli tas fetera auton lavontes epion estans naus. Autos de Hypsilantes, tus heu tu econ hos heptocosius hoplitans, esten Larissan, esti de Larissa Acropolis tu Argus. Iselsen hopos hypolemiui anankasdon tai diadriven, cae me istem mesogeiam poreuontai, cae hamaton siton catecause tonento pedia, hina meden hyturcui ecton agron comisdontai. Tuton ungenomenon eutius hodramales estopedion catabainei iudenos coliontos,
kai stratopedon taute catalavam pro pempsen hypeastinas in spentacosius, hopos ta epitedeais comisdositis poliorcumenis, kai to chorion peripoiontai. Brindautuns afficestae, hui Hellenes, hui to chorion poliorcun, desandes me hui polemioi spans en meso apolambanosi, to hao ton stratopedon apolipontes apeffugon, a macheiun ne selton hui turcoi estem polin. Ende tuto hodramales, epede uc exceltonis macheen hui met hypsilantu, ude hui epiton lophon tetagmenei, tota argos leian poiesato, cae ten acropolin poliorcei, cae upolis chronos cae hocolocutrones afficato metestratias ectes mesogeias, cae hui Hellenes tolmerotri heauton genomeni, cae desantes hama me hupsilantes uceti hoius tei antecheen, ugar pollaenta epitedeia ento tei chismati, en sphisin auteis bulevonto, cae stuiondet ietreponto, hyponycta catabainus in hui ectom meteoron, allui alloten cae metacrauges polles, cae boes epepeson tois polemiis, hopos malum pros fans prosecositon nun, cae tuis met subsilantu asphalea genetae tes exodu, hoper cae geneto. Hogar hypsilantes, cae stratiotae hos ex seconda epide eidon ton toribon, elaton exeltontes, cae hysteron chronoa cataton auton tropon esotesan cae hylui poi.
Cephalaion to deuteron cae triacos ton. Retreat of Dramali, August 1822.
Hesicasdon de pollans hemerans amphoteri, hymen dans paroduns pilatson des hopos me catagenda epidedea in spemste prostuns polemius, hyde procedeconto dans nans, hase des physis siton comisdene. Hode dramales, epide haineas auta paregignonto, pubumenos me uceti hui Hellenes gratetosin, alla malon autos anancastei hypocorein, en polleia timia ien. Hui Hellenes datom polemion idontes en hotoiestin et tarsum, cae, hosematon ecton automolon hotitei autei hodoe, hei cae instopedion proton esebalon, mellunsin hypolemioian corein, epempsanton nicetan cae stratiotan sucoliguns hytines enedram poiesontai, cae ta calapota tes parodu pro catalavontes phylaxunsin. Hutu iun epiton lophon catestratopedeu santo engystes hodu. Cae aporon hodramales hoto tropo asphalestate auto genesete heanacoresis, telos dianoet he duomere tu strateumatos poiesai, cae to mem pro pempein hopos pros bolans poiesontai, cae tes hodu grateseian, autos de tei hystereia metaton allon stratioton cae ton sceoforon embellen epacoluten. Cae peide cairosen, eporeuonto tenes corinton peruns an hodon, hoplitai hoscilioi cae hippes discilioi. Cae insta ora anabainontes eutus instan enedran esepeson, cae hypoton polemion hecaterot tentedagmenon ballomenoi apetanon polloi cae anthropoi cae hippoi. Hoste pleres ton somaton en tacei geneto hehodos, cae uten hypocorein, utes to prostem probainin. Endauta de toribus en pollus, cae ecplecticos, cae radiones di pitestai hoto tropo hecaste geneto. telos do liguitine satroi genomenoi biasdon to diaton Hellenon kai isten Gorinthon esothesan. Hydalli hosui hypolli poiesan, aporuntes hoppui trapontai kai isten hylen eseperunto, hylodes garendo chorion. Kai dio comenui hypopolemion empiron onton des choras, dieptharesan, catagremnon riptontes hautuns apetanon. Mollis detines esto hauton stratopedon pugontes kai diesothesan. Kai diaton arithmon ton en tautei te machei dieptarenton, honigeta sturcophagos eponomaste.
Kephalaion do triton kai triakoston. Death of Dramali, December 1822. Hode Dramales idon hos eket a pragmata mian epesken hemeran, de hysteria dienoete den stratian apagin meketi de autei hozo hen hyalli eporeutesan, alla tunantion hypolemiui pylason, prosten hesperan. Kai tun stratiotans hytines kai anelpistu jäsan des soterias, paretarsyne legon hoti ude atsymen. Hytines gar tohople echunsin, hutui kai asfaleian heutuis aiei hyyitis i parechen. Kai hode etakset o strateuma hopos eutak toteriosi kai metribethosi. Protomen heguntai hyppes, fepontai de hypesdui, hydeskeu porui opisten epekolutuun. Epeide de ede engiston lopon elton, catalambanus ituns polemius hecaterothen des hodurte tegmenus, caigar hyellenes pante maton paraton automolon. Ke protomen etrubethesan, epeita hyppes Andreos macomenoi biasanto, ke topolu esothe. Hygar Hellenes hytines mallon tän leian lambanein bulunto machestai, uketi fodun se pojunto tois sypeusin, ude tois hoplites, alla teis skeu foruis epi perumenoi pantata skeue, caita hyposdigia harpagen pojunto. Kai hystron chrono homendra males noso apetanen de Corintho, don de stratioton hypolloi poiku apecoresan, hydetines instans patrans mollis apecomistesan. Tuiautamen de enta cateten isbolen des Peloponnesu. Kephalaion do tetarton kai triakoston. Death of Marcus Botzaris, 21st of August, 1823. Meta de tauta anel sontos tu Mauro cordatu estem Peloponneson, exe pempsan hyen archeis dom metaxan esto mesolongion povumenui me poliorquito do chorion hypoton polemion. Hode afficomenos emasten hodi pletsus di mega ton Albanion ede pro chorei diaton oron estem polin. Apesti lenuun tom Marcom Botsaren meta discilion sulioton hopos tom parodon pylacen poiuinto. Hode Botsares tuns Albanius catalavon engiston lofon estratopedeumenus dienoace nyctos peiram poiestai tu stratopedu. Enomis de gar hoti hutos am mallistatis polemiuis a prosdocetuis unsin epi peruinto cae turbeseian. Dietax enuntinas epiton lofon hyperieconto stratopedon hopos me latsuien hypolemiui abelsuntes. Tuis allis estratopedeusato en coria epitedea upolu apeconti. Kai epeide kairos docei enai,
Nictos ediunces hui suliotai is enacosium sarantes pro coron, cae domendex ioncera secen autos hobotsares, tod aristeron econ hotzabellas, cae tetragosioi stratiotai, cae tuns pylacas elatson epipesontes to stratopedo, cae pollus catecopton eti en eunei sontas, cae torbos egeneton megas cae ecplecticos. Ugaren ideen scotene garen henix, de prosopa tom machomenon, ude gnorizeen tuns pinus. Homophonoi garesan hysuliotai tuis albaniuis, cae homosceuioi. Cae hama hui epiton lofon de tagmenui, hostem machen aistonto, polle boe cae grauge alle alloten cade bainon des misno parecon dem paracen, hoste ugecon hui polemiui hopoi trapuinto. Homos de huturcicos strategos mollis syntaxans hoplitans tinas hypegagen is hylen u poli apecusan, hotem ballon des pollus cae tom pilon cae tom polemion apecdinon. Hode bolsares tauta idon cae anacelesans tuns heu tu pros bolen epoieto, tuis ente hyle cae etice plegins cae pesonta apecomisanto hyplesion. Apotenontos tu strategu pantes hyepito dexia cera erxanto hypochorein, hyda allui puvumenui me hypoton polemion apolambanuinto, cae autui anachoresan. Ende taute te nyctomachia, apetanon domen Hellenon hos hecaton, donde Albanion is octocosius, cae eti pleuns et rotesan, cae donde Tromenon hos en cersi pansa hemache ageneto, hui pleistoien hystera ecton traumaton apetanon.
Cephalion to pempton cae triacos ton. Funeral oration over Marcus Botzaris, August 1823. Cae te hysteria tuns men alluns necruns autu estapton hysuliotai, donde Botzaren cae taxiarchus tinas hosui ende mache apetanon, apecomisan esto mesolongium bulumenoi demosia tafas autom poiestai, hoti areteite cae tolme diaferontes e fainonto. Cae epeide hec fora egeneto hometac sans par elton elige tuiade. Pare lelitat teide te hemerae, o politei, hos tuns menentate gei menus catadonomimon epain somenos. Humans do hosui pareste, ec tuton tom paradigmatom para mythe somenos. Axioegar epainuis in huitines hypertes patridos agonis dominui, ude des psyches efeisanto. Hai rumenoi thanatom et eleuterias mallon ebiom et duleias. Cae ud dinos tuis tuiutuis ho thanatos, ud antis dicaios olopyrui toten ducen auton. Tnetui garontes doxan athanatom pros elephasin. Cae pros humans tuns eti hypoluipus tade lego. Hyturqui te nice epartentes mellus item polintende poliorcein cae hosun uparesin. Mi mumenoi den tonde aretem paresce vasdeste hos ins machen, cae tuns polemius metatolmes amynaste, cae me ec plagete agan, hoti pletei lassuns esmen, me de hegiste, hoti soteria hyparxei hemin, me Andreis unsin. Cae hostis homos fovetai to mellon, anapetesto, cae mnesteto, donento polemo para logon, cae entiumeteto, hoti edetines ec de noteron et tuionde sotesan, cae hoti hymes cae hymeteri progonoi,
Empolais machais gecratecate tom barbaron. Pistel santes unto teo proshemon esestai cosmon cae taxim peripleistu poieste. Hutogar tem magisten timen autoi pros lepseste, cae ten doxantas patridos ucelatso tuis epigignomenuis cata lepsete.
Kephalaion to Hecton cae Triacos ton. Extract from Memoirs of Count Metaxas, Governor of Messalongi, September 1823. Cae metatauta edice trierestis Anglicae catepleusa, cae honaucleros Glyphordos onoma, encelatio propensans angelon erito e bulumeno moesti decestai auton de polei. Edox en un apocrinastai hodi asmenos an dexeimen auton, hospilon onton tuis helnasi ton anglon. Epe de prostuto to angelma honaucleros afficato est an oiciammu, die legometa en hemin autuis, periton hellanicon es hyon de leutem melle afficnestai, cae ta deichismata escopumen cae ten allem parasceven. Cae peritauta unti elsemoi angelia, hoti hyturcui ede cata painuinto dietu pedio pore hominui. Eutus une celausa tun stratiotans, ta hopla la vontas esta deiche elten. Hode Glyphordos idon hoti polloa cosmo cae eutactos panta giginetai, erito ei hypolitai elpisdui noligui pros polluns macumenui cae perigenesestai. Egolde epainetogar honaucleros cae pistoson, cae stamalista philhellen, apecrinamen hoti ismenta alla euelpide semen, cae ego cae hui alloi politai, ton de molybdon ucicanon econtes, pubuimetham me dynaton eia antechen, al anancastemen eclipen dem polin. Sude bulumenos hemin dom molybdon parecen, pollangar euporian eches en de trierei, soter angenuio des polios. Hode ecplagens elegen, hodi ucidion eci dom molybdon, al apotu nu ton anglon de degmenon. Cae apecrinamen hodi udense colue, hosom molybdon hemin nyn bule porisen, to suton en hysterai ectes cercuras antilaven. Hode apocrinamenos hoti buleusuito apecorese. Cae hama de hespera des autes hemeras afficonto ectes trierus nautaitines euporian tu de oinu cae tu molybdu perontes, cae epistolan en hei egrapsen honaucleros, hoti pempo prosse tu oinu, cae pantax sinenenci hos bulometha. Peride tu molybdu en egegrapto uden. Huto mende sothesan hyente pole, hypandros xenu ontos, cae allu plu. Telos tu tritu merus. Events in Greece from the arrival of Lord Byron to the Battle of Navarino, 1823 to 1827. Kephalaion to hebdomon cae Triacos ton. Lord Byron goes to Greece, August 1823. Cae triton ede etos polemuntos cae categen cae catatallasan hui Hellenes paragnomen anteicon tuis polemiuis. Hoper pringenestai ucantis episteusen accusans. Cae protimunto polloi ton ente Anglia cae allotipu des Europes boetian autuis parechin. Horontes hotitamen nicontes, ta de hesomenui uc anelpistuiesi ten eleuterian anactastai. Hode buron,
Hostote eticen ente genue diei Dominus. Umonon di epistolon epicetus alluns me perihoran te hypoton turcon genomena, alla drasterios cae tolmeros et le Dominus ute tu somatus ute ton crematon actionti drantes doxes he hypercenauta en pansin anthropois. Teleutontos un ede tu etus, hormatai ectes genues, que protomen afficumenos esten kefallanian, escopi hopos megista opelese tuns Hellenos estum polemon. Ende neso pletos di mega figadon, quim polle aporia diei tonto. Tutuis un hos catadodunaton idia pariceta epidedeia. Cae hama epistolans esten epeiron diepemse, cae tuns entele en ege, tat alla est raukos monagagen, estasias dongar en allelis hui hege monos hosper cae proteron, cae hans annans econsin eucius apostellin esto mesolongion, huiger turci eti catatatsan epoliorcun to chorion tuto. Epita dienoete cae autos estan hellada plen. Accusans un hoti haiton turcon neos hypoton Hellanon nigetise apepleosan, exeple hoburon ectes Kefallanias, cae isto mesolongium mollis paregignato. Trieres gar turcice hoson uc elevet oploion en hae eple.
Kephalaion to ogdoon cae triakos ton. Death of Byron at Missolonghi, 19th of April, 1824.
Afficumenos un catellabetem polinen pleiste taraceca aporia panton usan. Esangarente pole pleon et tetracosie suliotae, hom protorum men estratege hom Marcos Botsares. Ninde apotanontos tu strategu, ute miston econtes, ute hocentrophen comiuntae atactui esan cae estin, hote, que tolmon hopla airein hos machumenoi tuis politais. Tauta de idon hoburon protiumia pense ecreto, que paresque asmoa, cae hyposcomenos idiatom miston autois porien, pantans in sena locon xynelege, que stratege autos. En hysterade dieten ataxian auton en ancaste dialuen ton locon, que estem morean apopempin. Eprace de cae metatu mauro cordatu, hos edice paron, hopos de chorion as felespoi esontai. De longaren hoti hameri, autins ins balusin hypolemioi. Cae eime autius deicietis tempolin, catepeptoce gar estin, heita deichismata, hexuns in hypolitae hopos ammununtai. Cae peritauto on hoburon nos esen, helodes gar ento chorion cae calepon, cae entos oligon hemeron et eleutatum bion. Hutos de pleista hins aner opeles et uns Hellenas, cae etimato hypauton hos udens heteros ton catheauton cae sdon eti cae apotanon. Et sapton garauton enta Mesolongia pensi teis nomimois, huis cromene timasae tuns arete diaferontas, cae umonon entaute te pole alla cae cataten allan Hellada en nomisdon auton sotera des patridos gegenestae.
Kephalaion to enaton cae triakos ton. The Greek Loan, Spring 1824. Peride ton chronon tuton, cae eti protoron, hyte procritui cae hui strategui ton Hellanon, abulon to danisma poiestai. Hosuc eti hyparchonton autuis crematon entoi cui noe. Hymengar polloi ton hegemonon ta heauton monon scopuntes, uc et teles anta idia analun eston polemon, hodemos ede peniae piesdeto, kai udynatos en hikanom porom perein. Presbin sun epempsan hyentelei, kai epistolen, isto Londinon de luntes hoti adynatuiesi tuis cremasi, kai exiun hamatun sekei Philhellenas spisin boetheian parechein. Legontes hoti udeniallo tropoi huiui tesontai pareskevasdestai hosandei, tuis turkuis etien antiustai, alla anankastesontai eikin, ectes patridos apopeugein. Tauta un accusantes hui Anglii, cae protiumumenui cyneleuterunden hellada antepem sampleon Achilia talanta. Tod argurion tuto lavontes, hyen archais eutiston au feilomenom miston tuis stratiotes, cae tuis nautais pareichon, cae allus emistuntu epicurus ectes Albanias, et ide dans genans nans episcevasantes eplerun, cae alla parescevasdonto hoppuio tropo arista e fainoto autuis. Homos de to pleiston tu arguriu allos anelurto. Hygar strategui, cae hui taxiarcui, hosa cremata ebia e apatei apotu cuinu labuien et tabanon, is esteta cae hopla polutele, hopo sautui thaumasteien. Cae ucecista ectu tuiutu e cacun tem patrida malista crematon de omenen.
Kefalaion do Tessarakoston.
Ibrahim Pasha subdues Crete and Cassus, June 1824.
Hodo sultanus, epeide pantant este autor, uceti elpis de te oikeia monon dynami nicesein tus epanestantans, anes aporian catastans, escope hopos agatontina xymacon heuretei. Ende enta tote mech metales hypercostes Aegyptu, hos epi polynchronon tates choras dia keiros ekon catestes enesto epitedeion. Hoten kai katagen kai katalatsan dynatotatos egenoto ton turkikon hyperkon. Tuto nun hos sultanus strategon autocratona catastesans, egeleisen eutis parescevasastai estum pulemon cae hotan cairosei, apopasins poiestai istende creten cae tans allans nesuns. Enomis degar hoticrate tison ton neson dynatos estei, dem Peloponneson perix poliorcen, hopotan buletai. Hode mech metales, epeide hipeste, tans de naus epescevasde cae tun stratiotans xynegere, cae polle protiumiae creto elpisdon autos hyparchos cae tes hellados gnesestai. Epeidantem Peloponneson catastrepsetai. Cae epeide panta hetuimaen, hoibrehemes huios tu hyparchu pleti megalo, cae neon cae hopliton anastans cate pleusen esten creten. Cae apobansin poie samenos radios tente neson catastrepsato, cae tuns epicorions anastatuns poieto. Hopotegar esceras eltien hycretes tuis Aegyptius, is pygen et treponto hos uc axiomaciontes. Endeutendec bleusans afficeto hoibrehemes esten casson. Vidicassi accusantes taperitan creten is pollena tymian catestesan cae ecplexin. Hos deum prospollo dynatoterum spiriton hapanton agonisdestai. Oligom menuunt in chronon anteste santuis polemiuis, epite mache grate centes is pygen catestesan. kai hui Egyptiui den koran leian boie samenui tuns anthropus anestesan ectes nesu. Kephalaion to proton kai tessarakoston. The Destruction of Psara, July 1824. And the tutoi hu Psarianui aistomeni hodi heineos ton turcom melnusi kai epispans bleusestai, e bul leuonto prosta paronta. Kedox nautis ute pleruuntans naus, ute catatalasam majestai, alla catacora menen hösan hypolemioi pirondai apobaininis den näson. E förbuntogar hyentelei me hynautai autan is ekplexin catestantes diotopletsos ton polemion apopleuseian. Elbisonte hama radios pesdei tus enantius amienestai. Hoplitans un diestesan hopuemellon hypolemioi apobansis poiestai, kai polla herymata catestesanto, kai eupylacte odokei inai. Alla panta otis isto enantium perieste, hyger polemioi ogdoe contan nausin epiplum poie samenui, miamen he merantis epi keiremasin u catortuon. Teide hysteraia elatsontinas apobantes estengen, diegar ton capnon ton napoton mecanon anno corunta, hy phylacus ucedynanto prohoran, kai cykla perielsontes, kai catenotu tuisnesiotais epigonomenui dieptilon mechri hupantes nis pygan cathistanto. Kai entauta ede pansi idea cathiste kites pyges. Hyger psarianui ucecontes pros hoti chrestenai, hymenes ton limena, kai tans naus catephygon, hydes den talatsan eripton heltus, hydetines hos hexacosii ens monasterion ti elsontes emynonto. Epoliorce senun hos strategos ton turcon ton monasterion cykla peristesans tus hautu. Che med duo hemerans keryka pemsans logus epoieto perispondon, ugaretele diatriven hios hyendon lima anancasteien eiken. Hyde ugetlon tan spondans decestai, alla ugar pleone diacosii hypolui poiesan, uceti dynamenui antistenaitis poliorcunsi, pyr enevalon de apothecei hei enen euporiate spiritidos, kai pantes homo apetamum.
Kephalaion to deuteron kai tessarakoston. Civil War in Greece, June to November 1824. Endetaiete tuota en hobyron apetanen, udemia mache genetoan te Peloponneso. Ugar parentuis turcuis plesosti hopliticom plen hosi entais patrais etie poliorcunto. Alla hoi braemes pares gewazdeto hos ham eri arcmenais ballon isten hellala. Vid prohestotes ton hellenon epi polynkronon ede estasiazdon en sphysinautis, periton dallon kai duargiriu huectes Anglias paredexanto. Kai uceti adeos epe megninto allelis. Hogar colocotrones kai alletines ton procriton calapos perontes. Hotita perito argyrion ucacistato hei autois edocei, quineix in homniasi, que hopla lobontes apedecninto ten gnomen, hoti udei homologiam poiestai prostunus entelei, printen hyparchus an demokratian catalyseian, que allen baltion catasteseian.
etikon de tote fruruntesten tripolitsam Bulgariae polloi, hus emistun seikon hyen archeis, kai hopanos huius tu colocotronu, stratiae elthon istempolin, epeirato methistanai autus, kai misdon imis thopros agestai. Hyde uk hyperkuon, alla epexodon poie samenoi epipessuntuis metapanu, hyenato pedion escedaniunto. Epeide de xynemix allelis, cartaraen he mache, que en kersi pensa, que gu protoron pausanto macomeni, brin hopanos apetane, kai hyalli ediefugon apollunto. Hurtos unices antes, hui Bulgariae anechores annis tempolin. Hode colocotrones, epeide tauta engelte, dieton de thanaton tu huiu a tumesans, kai hodien alluistis in acrobolismois u pleon econ hic syndomomocotes, uceti diaferent en stasin buleto, allisto nauplion poreuthens, en eciris en hauton tuis en archeis, cainsten hydran commiscens hypauton is epison is desmoterion. Ende te stasei taute apolluntum menton Hellenon upolloi. Blave de catistaton megiste de tuisentois agruis diato hecaterus panta harpagem poiestai.
Kephalaion to Triton kai Tetsarakoston. Ibrahim lands in the Peloponnese, February 1825. Catedeton chimona tuton parescevasdato ho Ibrahemes, hos hamata epiontis here catestrepsomenos tem Peloponneson. Caepide tates paresceves auta hetuima en, arans te stratia catepleusenes ton limenates mozones udenos antistantos. Hygar Hellenes dietan stasin upo epescevas antans naus. Cae apobibasans tetricis chilius hoplitans, esandauton hyplestui Aegyptiei, cae hypens instria conscius apesti elementans naus hopos cae ten allen stratiandia commissainto. Autos de proximito hostachista isceras ienaitus Hellesi. Gignoscon hotite prote hemerae malista pans strateuma de notaton estitus polemius. Iontes untem prosto neocastron ferun san hodon, cae engus catastrato pedeus samenui epoliorcun tempolin hui turcui. Ende tuto Mauro cordatus ectes mesogeias afficumenos metastrationton ucoligon, epeirato apocleien tuns polemius hostem merceti dynastae estem mozonan epanelten. Hod Ibrahemes bulumenos diamaches ienae autis esto pedion catae cae xynetax et uns hoplitans. Ante tactes ande cae hui Hellenes, cae epeide Cairos en, epeis amen hui Aegyptioi cosmo cae taxei, antecon de polynchronon hui meta Mauro cordatu, epita, apeiroigar esan hui Hellenes tuiautes maches, et trapunto ins fugen cae prosta meteora apephugon. Apethanon dauton is hexacosimus. Cae metetauten den nicen edoxe to Ibraheme den sphacteria neson cata laven, en he tria Hellenica deichismata en. Nomis degar eitauten catexei, raion to neocastron cae nausi cae pesdo poliorcesen.
kai keleusans dans naus, elegar paresan apotes Aegyptu. Periplente neson, hopos meto hellenikon nautikon epiboethyie, ape vivase mem plesosti hoplitikon, esta prosesperan. Alledetines essenneon cateton limena. Hosu parontes nausi taute cat arai in scorion calapon cae petrodes. Cae hui apobantes euthius da dehismata heilon, cae ton fruron tuns mem pleistus apectenan. Oligoi detines emploia hypo feugontes cae esothesan, cae ho mauro cordatos his autonen.
Kephalai onto tetarton kai testarakoston. The Ravaging of the Peloponnese, May to August 1825. Huto men ele kata kratos e poliorketo to neokastron kai kata gan kai kata talassan. Hode Ibrahimes idon hodi anatomiae in hypolitai, logon profere perispondon, Kexymbas in poieto prostunsendon, efhote exias in hypospondoi, cae adoros apias in hopoi ambulantai. Exceltonte sun apepleusan neutini gallicae, instan calamatan. Cae authius metatauta istem mesogiam prosei hu Ibrahimes, cae pensant ancoran leian poieto. Hyd epicoriae, epiuien hypolemiae, eutus istuns lofus catefeugon hosuc axiomachoi ontes. Caeston elpiston trapomenoi, ucetia nomisdon hoti polema perigenesontai meti paralogon genetai. Cae pede engis tes tripolitsas parei hu Ibrahimes, tente polin catecausan hypolitai, cae etiallom me dynanto apocomisdestai. Eambos aporiaton epitedeion anancastos in hypolemioi prostem mozonen anacorein. Hode colocotrones, apolitinsgar ectu desmoteriu, cae strategae, synagerans stratiotans in striscilius, et tarsune legon hoti udem plethos Aegyption hellensi foberonesti, cae toi auto tropo hoton dramalem prine cratesan, cae tuns met Ibrahemu nun nicesunsin. Al inspiran el tontes maches en nicetesan hui hellenes, cae apetan amenauton hos tetracosiei, autos de ho colocotrones monon uc el nefte, cae apeide pollans men comans catecause, pollen de leian elaven, epane choresen hu Ibrahimes istem mothonen.
Kephalaion to pempton cae tessarakoston.
Cudahy besieges Messalongi, April 1825. Cae tu autu etus hameri arcomenoa, hoc iutache strategos autocrator esto Messalongion stratia por eutins e poliorces et deuteron. Hed polis haute apechetes thalasses hos tessaraconta stadia. Hyperlimnes cae mene, gen his ballus estan thalassan homos udidos in isplun, e me pluius micruis. Cae hui Messalongitai, hios et iho buron esde, ecratinant ateiche, cae ta alla isto amenon catestesan. Cae metaute geneto, enancastessanam paradidonais spans autuns cae tempolin tuis polemiuis. Hogar iutache aficomenos eutius pros bolans poieto, cae panti tropa epirato helento chorion. Umentui procores ege, hygarendon, hopote hypolemioi pros ballien, ucene didosan alla eminon to protiumia panse chromenei, cae tolmei.
epex hodunste kai hautoi epoiesanto kai tuns turkuns polla eblapton. Idonde hociuta che hoseiketa pragmata, tuiundeti epennoesen epos aneo da panes kai poliorkias tempolin prosagagito. Ekeleus egar tun stradiotans komati mega poiestai litsunste kai xyla kai ti allo of Helemonen epi ballontas. Hudagar nomisa dynastai ambiae el seltsen. Hyde Hellenes ebede hypselo sede egeneto hocus, kai ude mian eti elpida econ hosam perigenuinto me crateseian autu, aefnidios epexiontes epepesuntuis polemiuis aprosdocetuis de unsi, kai prostuergo mallon ten gnomen prosecunsin. Kai insciras eltontes et repsan autuns hyellenes. Huto de gratesantes tu comatus kai catebelon, kai hypotonauton chronon tuton neostines afficonto tu miaulus strateguntos, kai macei nicesantes dans turcicans naus, ese comissanta epitedeia estem polin.
Kephalaion do hecton kai Tessarakoston. Arrival of Ibrahim, December 1825, and fall of Messolongi, April 1826.
Huto mende kalos epraxan hy Hellenes. Hode ciuta che, kai per noso pies domenon don stratioton, en choriogar gelode estratopedeuonto. Uden hetson cata coran emmine, kai ecton dinaton poliorce eti tempolin. Kai garedoxen auto perimenein hios anti soophilia ectes Peloponnesu paragenetei. Kai hamato phthinoporo afficato autos hu Ibrahemes, pes dei poreutins metastratioton tetracis hilion, kai hamaneos ucoligae ectes Alexandreias ec pleusonsai paregignonto. Kai ede pensi panaronen hodi uceti hoius testai, homiaule sitiais comisden, ude hypolitai oligui pros polluns agonis dominui dynesontai antecintui sexo. Kai gargatemeran hecasten pro iunsan ebedidu heaporiaton panton, kai hama apetanon noso traumasin, kai limo pleon pentacosio kai chili ton politon. Homos de udens etelen endunai ude decestai transpondans hans edidu ho Ibrahemes. Kai apede uceti econ siton hy strategui hoste didonaituis politais, kai limo iemellon apotneskein. Gnomen epoiesanto hoti deic sympantas tuns de anthropus kai tans gynaikans kai tuns paenos. Hosoiente polei hypolui poiesan. Hypoton polemion machomenus diaptarenai mallon espans autuns paradunai. Kai apede kairos doceienai, hy Messolongitai, planeitines et traumasine kai nosoi astnestriasane hostetan soikians leipein. Hyponykta prostais pylais detagmenoi hypantes. Han hymengynaikes tendes theta kai hopla homoia eikon tuis anthropois. Edos andexifilia kai tuis paisin. Hegunto de te sodu hoplitai ins discilius, kai tentapron diabainus in hypoton polemion ballomenui. Kai metapolles prothymias, epi perumenui tuis turquis ebiasanto hyemprosten. Epitade hyeti epiton gefyroan ontes, graugeitini ton torbumenon apatethentes oionto dein anachorein. kai metaton ta opisten philatsonton, anekomistesan estempolin. Inselton de hama hyturkui, kai kateste ente sotheis panse idea letru. A fona wangar hosis en dykyen, kai instans oikia ses elthontes, apectinon kai tuns nosuntas. Kai lempstesam meloligoide ton ente polei, kai tuuton hyplistui e paides e gynaikes esan, apethanon ukelasson atris hiliui. Hyde ede den dapfron diebantes, hos uden epistanto don gignomenon, probainon epostes asphaleias antilavinto. Kai diapeuxis anegeneto autois, me automolostis, kata brodoken autus. Hyde turkui epistamenuiten hodon dihes emellon poreuestai, en hedran sede poiesanto kai fylasson. Pansanun den nykta tauten panda kotentuis feugunsin hypolemiui proseballon. Kepede he mera egeneto kai mollisis tuns lofus afficonto hypophygontes. Upleone penta cosioi kai chiliei hypolui poiesan.
Kephalaion de hebdomon kai testarakoston. Interference of the Great Powers, July 1827. Kai perituns autuns chronus tutuns xynevesam prosallelons, hyd Angli kai hy Galli kai hy Rossi. Kai xymma hy genomenui gnomen e poiesanto, hot idei e bia ex symbase di allaxaituns turcuns tuis hellensin. Hos u prosecon ethnos di Christianecom panno letria di afflarenai. Gyneum presbis pemsantes espondans pro calunto, hecateruns hostetum polemon dialuen, caeta amphisbetumena tais megalais dynames in epitrepein, dus de med decomenus pros anancasein. Hymenun Hellenes, epeide hy presbis afficonto, asmeno edexanto transpondans. Hos ud mian allen elpina econtes des soterias. Hode sultanos humonon ucype ecuen, alla cae eutius angelus epemse proston Ibrahemen, que leuam pense spude cae protiumia diaperentum polemon. Ausis un ectun neocastru hormetens, hu Ibrahemes estem mesogian eporeueto, cae pensanten coran leian epoieto, cae calepede en hes bole hede, cae gresan logu, hyger stratiotae tans comans pensans secausan, cae ta dendra catecopsan, cae umodon tuns anthropuns hosei healas in apectenon, alla cae tans gynaicas cae tuns spaedans eponeuon, cae proseti ta hyposdigia dieptheiron, cae hos alla empsy caedien. Kephalaion to Ogdon kai Tessarakoston. The Battle of Navarino, 20th of October 1827. Hyde nauar tes Anglias kai tes Gallias kai tes Rossias, epide tauta egnosan, dianoethesan cata plenes to neocastron huper xyneve to turcicon nauticon hormen, cae me perihoranta gignomena. Afficumenuide eutius ceruca epem san axiuntes ton Ibrahemem pauestai tu polemu, cae meta pantos tu strateumatos apoplein epites Aegyptu. Cae prostuto to angelma apecrinanto hy epites ges, hoti hu Ibrahemes uparestin, ude hyuntestin autai angellen ha hy nauarcui egeleusan. Cae tauta accusantes hyc symmacui esepleones ton limena, hos epidexim poies hominuites dynamios.
kai eti anadelo estin hopotere erxantes naumachias, al upolis chronos kai pantito nautica prosemeix an hecatere, kai cataton limana perigraptonge onta ischiras eltsontes en naumacun ucolingum meros das hemeras, egdeges hui hoplitai ton turcon, esondau ton dismuriei epiton lopon hui periechunsi ton limena, cathoron ton agona ton macomenon huis udeni tropo ien epiboetin. Al upote en aphanei en hopoteran estai en nike. Ugar mega ergon en tuis xymachis cratesai ton turcon, en torupoion ton kai atacton. Kai prinicta epigenestai pollaimen ton naonautis catediusan, pollai de aploi agenonto. Kai huto lampros en nikesan hyxymachui hoste udemia naus cresimega unsa hypollypos etien tuis polemius. Todi Ibrahime ectes mesogeias de hysteraia anachoresanti, en idin tata nauagia, kai duns necruns poraden cata ton limena cata peromena. Apetanungar ton nauton hostetricis chiliui, kai dieptarto panto nauticon hodia noetetas nesus catastrepestai, kai tacata den naumachian huto xuneve. Emui mende mecrituto grapesto, tade metatauta isos allo melesei. Telos tu tetartu melus.
The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Notes. Part 1. Introductory note to chapters 1 and 2. During the first few lessons, while the Greek alphabet, see appendix, and the portions of grammar given below are being learnt, it is intended that these two sections should be used for practice in reading, and should be translated by installments to the class. Nouns should be declined viva voce and also on paper, with or without an adjective and the article. For example, hemikrage, hekalape holos, stenos isthmos. Similarly, the present indicative of verbs should be conjugated. For example, ekein. Attention should be drawn to cognate words in English and Latin. For example, colpos is gulf, mesos is Latin medius, and also to the close connection between the terminations of first and second declension nouns in Latin and Greek. As occasion arises, emphasis should be laid on A, the connection between sentences, and B, the uses of the article. The rules are collected here for convenience, but of course only one or two points will be dealt with in any one lesson. A. First, every sentence is connected with its predecessor by a conjunction or connecting particle. Of these, the commonest are kai and, de but unemphatic, gar for, alla but emphatic, un therefore, de and, mentui however, epeta then. Notice that de, gar, un, de, mentui do not come first word in the sentence. Second, there is one exception to the above rule. When the demonstrative pronoun hutos, this, or its derivatives huto, thus, toiutos, of such a kind, sum up what has already been stated, no conjunction is required. Similarly, when the demonstrative pronoun hode, this, or its derivatives hode, thus, toiosde, of such a character, look forward to what is coming, no conjunction is required with the following sentence. Third, when two words or groups of words are parallel, they may be joined by te kai or kai gai, both and. In English, we seldom use the word both, and therefore leave te untranslated. This is necessarily the case when te kai kai occurs. Fourth, When two clauses or sentences are contrasted, men de on the one hand but on the other are used. Men, just like de both, looks forward to something which is coming, but de connects with what has gone before, and means but on the other hand, not simply on the other hand. The contrast between the men clause and the de clause is often so slight that we do not translate men at all, and translate de by but, or even by and. Protom men, firstly, is habitually answered by epeita, secondly, not by epeita de, as we should expect. B. The uses of the article. First, it is habitually used with the names of countries, islands, and towns. Hellas, Greece. Euboea, Euboea. Athenai, Athens. And with proper nouns, if the person is well known or has previously been mentioned. Pelops, Pelops. Second, it is used as an unemphatic possessive pronoun. Diaton Pluton, on account of his wealth. Dans Seche, has its springs. Third, it is placed, as in English, before an attributive adjective, or may be repeated with the adjective after the noun. Corinthios kolpos, the Corinthian Gulf. Inston kolpon ton Ionion, into the Ionian Gulf. Fourth, instead of an adjective, the attributive may be a prepositional phrase, an adverb, or a genitive case. Prosborean Moira, literally the towards north part, that is, the northern part. Hygergui hyente Mesogeiai, the farmers in the interior. Hynun Epikorii, literally the now inhabitants, that is, the present inhabitants. Hotucudides Oluru, Thucydides the son of Olorus. Fifth, it is used with abstract nouns. Epimexia, communication. Hokindynos, danger. Sixth, it is omitted with a predicated adjective or noun. Ton nesom megiste est in Euboea. Euboea is the largest of the islands. Seventh, it denotes a whole class. Duo aetiae proaguns tum supercuns instum polomon. Two causes lead subject peoples into war. Eighth, the article was originally a demonstrative pronoun, and can be used if accompanied by men or de, meaning he, she, it, and they. This is especially common in expressions like hymen, hyde, these but those, some but others. Hymen piloi to Hellenica demo, hydeximmacuisi ton Turkon. Some are friendly to the Greek nation, but others are the allies of the Turks. Tamenais kynem pere, egdeton doxon lambanunsi. Some deeds bring disgrace, but from others they win honor. Notice the order when a preposition is used. Hyde necessarily comes first in its clause, a fourth point. Hymen generally comes first, but may be preceded by a word or group of words which belongs to both clauses. It is not necessary that when hyde is used, hymen should have preceded, but hyde must not refer to the subject of the previous sentence. Ninth, the article with an adjective, a prepositional phrase, an adverb, or a genitive case forms a noun equivalent. Hypelaioi, the ancients. Hyparatalatsios, the coast. Dodikaion, justice. Hykator, those on the coast. Hyante Mesogeiai, those in the interior. Hykatepeiron, those along the mainland. Hyente Xenomosiai, the members of the conspiracy. Hymetautu, his companions. Tentos Stratopedor, the state of the camp. Taperites Xenomosias, the facts about the conspiracy. Taton Turkon, the property of the Turks. Chapter 1.
Gemache hora, see appendix. Hodulos, see appendix. Stenos, mikros, masculine and feminine, see appendix. Present indicative of enai, emi, of lyen, lyo, see appendix. Estimen, ekeide, see introductory note A, fourth point. Gehellas, see introductory note B, first point. Autos, aute, auto, in the nominative means self, Latin ipse, but the oblique cases are also used for the personal pronoun, him, her, it. Auton is Latin earum. Epeiros, mainland. Thus the western coast of northern Greece was called Epirus in contrast with the adjacent islands. Prosborean Moira, see introductory note B, fourth point. Chersonnesos, literally dry land island. Nessos is island. Eprosmesembrian, the southern. Moira is understood in Greek as part is in English. Hymempelaioi, see introductory note B, ninth point. Men is answered by de 6 lines down, as Hydenyn Epikorioi. Peloponneson, literally island of Pelops. According to tradition, Pelops, the son of Tantalus, came from Lydia and became king of Pisa in Elis. See Mythological Dictionary. Ektes Asias, from Asia. Prepositions meaning from take the genitive in Greek, because the genitive expresses separation, like the Latin ablative of separation. Afikomenos, having come. Participles are given in the vocabulary as adjectives. Hos, as. Thucydides, the son of Olorus, was an Athenian who wrote the history of the Peloponnesian War BC 431-404. Hooloru, see introductory note B, fourth point. De, kai, see introductory note A, third point. Diaton Pluton, on account of his wealth, see introductory note B, second point. Hynun Epikorioi, the present inhabitants, see introductory note B, fourth point. For this use of an adverb for an adjective, compare 1 Timothy 5:23, thine often infirmities. Kai, see introductory note A, third point. The modern name of the Achelous is Aspropotamo, meaning white river. Tanspergans, its springs. Compare above Diaton Pluton. Tonionion, see introductory note B, third point. Dia with genitive means through, as here, or by means of. With accusative it means on account of. Haepimexia, communication. See introductory note B, fifth point. Dois paratalatsiois, the article with a prepositional phrase or with an adjective is equivalent to a noun, for those in the interior and on the coast. See introductory note B, ninth point. Megiste, the largest. The article is omitted with a predicated adjective in Greek. See introductory note B, sixth point. Te, kai, see introductory note A, third point. Chapter 2. Todoron, see appendix. Neuter of stenos, mikros, see appendix. Doxa, see appendix. Hode, see appendix. Kata ten archen, at the beginning. Hode, this, is declined like the article with de added. When it is used with nouns, the article must also be used immediately before the noun. Hopolemos hode, or hode hopolemos, this war. For exception, see below. Hymen, hyde, see introductory note B, eighth point. Katakomos atekistus, in unfortified villages. Compound adjectives, atekistos, unwalled, have no separate form for the feminine. Compare paratalatsios, polyanthropos below. Hydekato, but those on the coast. The article with an adverb forming the equivalent of a noun, see introductory note B, ninth point. Kato, properly down. The Greeks spoke of going down to the coast, up into the interior, and on the high seas, just as we do. The coast is regarded as the lowest point. Ton pleiston tu biu, the greater part of their livelihood. The adjective is made to agree in gender with the noun in the partitive genitive. Heparatelatios silicet ge. See introductory note B, ninth point. Nautica oculo, with a crowd of sailors. With and by are expressed in Greek by the dative, corresponding with the Latin instrumental ablative. Hyente mesogeia. See introductory note B, fourth point. Tuns de alluns, etc., to pay tithes of their produce and other taxes. The English order is the reverse of the Greek order. Hoste, with indicative, introduces a consecutive clause, so that. The harpages, see above. Hosper kleptai, as clefts. The clefts, literally robbers, were those Greeks who, in defiance of the Turkish authorities, carried on a predatory warfare from the hills. Many of them were popular heroes, and their existence helped to keep alive the patriotism of the Greeks. Taton Turkon, the property of the Turks. See introductory note B, ninth point. Tom Prinpilon, see above. Hokindinos, see introductory note B, fifth point. Huto de, in this way. De only emphasizes huto, which sums up what precedes. For omission of conjunction, see introductory note A, second point. Chapter 3. Despotes, see appendix. Duai diai haide, these two causes. If a numeral is used, hode does not require the article to be inserted with the noun, contrary to the rule given above. Tuns hypekuns, subject peoples in general. The article denotes a whole class. See introductory note B, seventh point. He timoria ton adicion, vengeance for their wrongs. Pros, against. Dietade, for the following reasons. For the omission of a conjunction in the following sentence, see introductory note A, second point. Protom men is answered by epeta below. See introductory note A, fourth point. Hoti, that, introduces a noun clause after verbs of thinking, knowing, feeling, seeing, saying, etc. Autui, they themselves. Econstituns despotans actionetuns, literally, they have their masters ignorant, that is, the masters they have are ignorant. Actionetuns is a predicated adjective and so has no article. This is the common idiom with ekein. Adica pascun sin hypo, literally, suffer unjust things by, that is, suffer unjustly at the hands of. Hypo with genitive is the ordinary way of expressing the agent after passive verbs, like Latin ab with ablative. It is also used, as here, with intransitive verbs which have a passive meaning, are unjustly treated by. Huioitisi, literally, are such as to, that is, are able to. So huioitestin, it is possible. Te in early Greek was added to relative words, for example, hoste, and in such cases means nothing at all. Dican lambanem para, to take vengeance on, literally, to get punishment from. Para, with genitive meaning from, is only used of persons. Uden, etc., up to dikaiu. The judges do not care at all either for the laws or for justice. In Greek, two negatives only strengthen one another, provided that the second one is compound. To dikaion, justice. See introductory note B, ninth point. Metadoron, they decide cases with gifts, that is, under the influence of bribes. Ainsi is understood with empeiroide from the previous clause. In general, if a word or group of words is required with two clauses, it is inserted in the first clause and understood in the second. Huto, see note above. Hon, of which. The relative pronoun hos, he, ho is declined in its other cases like the article with a rough breathing instead of tau. See appendix. Tamen ek de ton. See introductory note B, eighth point.
Pere. Neutral plurals in Greek take a singular verb. This arose from an original use of the neutral plural as a singular collective noun. Athanaton. See note above. Chapter 4. Past imperfect of enai, of luein, elion. See appendix. Syllabic augment. See appendix. Strong aorist. See appendix. Kata, at, compare above. Tuis para. Those along the shore of the Black Sea. See introductory note B, fourth point. The name Euxine, hospitable, was given it to avoid the original ill-omened name of Oxenos, inhospitable. Kalapos eperon, like Latin aegraferebant, were indignant at. On augment, see appendix. Ten ton turkon archen, see introductory note B, fourth point. Apostoluns. The envoys of the conspirators were called apostles, that is, messengers. Hosuns epeithon, all whom they persuaded. The suppressed antecedent of this clause is the object of xynagunsin. Hygat epeiron, those on the mainland. See introductory note B, ninth point. Kai, see introductory note A, third point. Dunsente xynomosiae, see introductory note B, ninth point. The Philiki Heteria, or Association of Friends, was the successor of the Philemuse Society, which had as its object the encouragement of Greek literature. In 1815 it became a political society for the purpose of raising an insurrection against the Turks. The members, on being initiated, swore on their knees at dead of night to be faithful to their afflicted country, to labor for her regeneration, not to disclose either the secrets of the society or the name of the person who initiated them, and to put to death their nearest and dearest relations should they be guilty of treachery. So Gordon. Hymen in contrast with Tuis de Prostates below. Ebullawon hoti gave their opinion that, compare above. Kre is a noun meaning necessity. It is used, with esti understood but never expressed, to mean it is necessary. The past imperfect is krén, and the infinitive krenai, kreinai. Kre is understood with katakaien, kitenin, and analambanin. Tuis prostates en gnome, the leaders determined. Protomen epeta. See introductory note A, fourth point. Exagen istum polemon belongs to both clauses. The provinces of Moldavia and Wallachia form the present kingdom of Romania. The Heterists wished the first outbreak to take place in this district because it would be easy for Russia to send troops to their assistance. Te kai. See introductory note A, third point. Horizde. See note above. Constantinople drew its principal supply of food from the rich alluvial plain of these provinces. By the Treaty of Bucharest, between Russia and Turkey, the Sultan had undertaken to appoint Christian governors, called Hoduspars, over these provinces, and not to keep more than a small number of Turkish troops in them. Diepimpe, for augment of verbs compounded with prepositions, see appendix. Dun, so, is used after a parenthesis or digression, resuming the main narrative. Pros, in relation to, that is, for. Eprasom pros, negotiated with. Theodore Vladimirescu, so called because he had received the Russian Order of Saint Vladimir, had been a colonel in the Russian army. As he was a Wallachian landowner, he had great influence among the natives. Georgaki, the name is the diminutive of George, was a Greek from Mount Olympus, and at this time in command of the troops at Bucharest. Caravia was captain of the garrison at Galatz. Emathon, for strong aorist, see appendix. Taperites xynomosias, see introductory note B, ninth point. Chapter 5. Pons, see appendix. Temporal augment, see appendix. Else, for strong aorist, see appendix. Panda de ente Moldavlachiae, all the arrangements in Romania. Dun hypsilanten strategum prostaxantes, appointing hypsilantes general. Participles in as are declined like pas, and are given in the vocabulary as adjectives. Prince Alexander Hypsilantes had served in the Russian Imperial Guard, and had lost an arm at the Battle of Kulm in 1813. After the peace of 1815, he grew weary of inaction and entered warmly into the plans of the Hetairists. Hos Apetane, who had been put to death by the Turks on a charge of treachery. The aorist, in a subordinate clause, often refers to a time which is past from the point of view of the main clause. In these cases, we use the pluperfect in English. Hypo, see note above, dun, see note above. Ins diakosius, to the number of 200, a common use of ins with numerals. Homerun selabun, seized as hostages. Desmois, literally with chains. Instrumental dative, see note above. Plen hosoi apepugon, except those who had escaped. Plen is also used as a preposition, example above. Epeleutheria, to secure the freedom of the people. Heke, melle, had come, intended. Note that in noun clauses introduced by Hoti, the original tenses are retained. For instance, in the proclamation Hypsilantes said, I am come, Russia intends. Therefore the present tenses are retained, though we translate them by past tenses. Compare above. At the end of the proclamation came these words, If some desperate Turks venture to make an incursion into your territory, fear nothing, for a great power is ready to punish their insolence. The great power was, of course, Russia. Instead of taking military precautions, Hypsilantes commenced operations by seizing a wealthy banker whom he accused of being hostile to the revolution and concealing funds belonging to Hetaeria. The first accusation was not a crime, and the second was false, but the banker was glad to pay the prince several £1,000s to escape out of his hands. This act of extortion alarmed the wealthy citizens, who, afraid of being robbed by the Greeks, availed themselves of every opportunity of escaping into Russia and Austria. So Finlay. Hoseidon, when they saw, for augment see appendix. Enomizonte, and they thought. Te is here used as a conjunction, joining two sentences. See introductory note A first point. Umelle, was not likely, for tense, see note above. Eke, see introductory note B fourth point. Toton emporon, see introductory note B ninth point. Kai autoi to auto epratson, themselves too did the same, see note above. Autos, immediately preceded by the article, means same. Ekolion, tried to prevent. Chapter 6, elpis, see appendix, dis, see appendix. Meta with accusative, after. With genitive, with 2 lines later. Probaine, for augment, see appendix. Etis kaiallos, literally if anyone else, also of those in the conspiracy, was loyal. That is, was as loyal as anyone. Hysteron, subsequently, as related in chapter 12. Ton ectes perioikidos, see introductory note B ninth point. Chariti, by his influence. Instrumental dative, see note above. Enelpidi, karelueng kai analavein, he is in hopes of overthrowing and recovering. Notice that the aorist infinitive does not refer to past time. See appendix. Toiauto, see note above. Empanti de ataxias, literally in everything of disorder, that is, in a state of utter disorder and suspicion. De only emphasizes pas. Compare above. Pareche, for augment, see appendix. Hyperguon takes either the genitive, as here, or the dative, as above. This sacred battalion consisted of about 500 Greeks. Their uniform was black, with a cross formed of bones in front, and Constantine's inscription, in hoc signo vinces. So Allison. Chapter 7. Present indicative of poiein, poior, see appendix. Houtos eike. With adverbs, echein means to be, when matters in the camp were in this condition.
hyporges, angrily, grypha autou, without his knowledge. Besides disavowing the insurrection, the Tsar Alexander I commanded Ypsilantis to proceed no further, but on the contrary, if possible, to disband the unhappy men whom you have misled. Ypsilantis pretended that the Russian proclamation was only a blind to deceive the Turks, and that the Tsar was really sending troops to support him. Stratia, with an army. The instrumental dative is very common in military phrases expressing the accompanying force. Hossa karaviou, see note above chapter 4. Hypo, see note above chapter 3. Tantimorian, analambanein, to take vengeance on those who had committed the crime. The participle with the article is equivalent to a noun, just as an adjective with the article is. Hoadikesas, or hoadikos, means the wrongdoer. Hymetautou, literally those with him, that is, his troops. See introductory note B, 9th point. Tu Bucurestiu, from Bucharest. The genitive in Greek expresses separation from, like the Latin ablative of separation. Compare note above chapter 1. Helon, for augment, see appendix. Lavein, to receive the governorship as the reward of his treachery. Compare note above chapter 6. Automolia chorein, to go by desertion, that is, to desert. Automolia is dative of manner, like Latin ablative of manner. Hoste, on condition of. Hoste often introduces the terms of an agreement. Chapter 8. Past imperfect of poiein, epoion, see appendix. Einai, indirect speech. He said he was disloyal. Hypo, see note above chapter 3. Caravia and another officer butchered him in a barbarous way with their sabres. Prosocorun, joined the Turks as deserters. Isoctoconsimus tinas, to the number of some 800. Compare note above chapter 5. Edoke to Georgake, it seemed good to Yorgaki, that is, Yorgaki determined. One of the reasons for postponing the engagement was the fact that the day was a Tuesday, which is regarded as an unlucky day in the East. Kykla, by a circuitous way. Hoste with infinitive gives the result, whether it is the actual or only the probable result. With the indicative, it gives the actual result only, as above chapter 1, so as to cut them off and prevent them escaping. Huto, in this way they were likely to kill them all. Erre, for augment, see appendix. Stadia, the plural of stadion is either stadia or stadioi, as above chapter 7. Chapter 9. Caravia was always reckless, and on this occasion happened to be intoxicated. So Gordon. Esele, he wished the glory of the victory to belong to his men. Einai with dative is used to express belong to or have, like Latin est mihi liber, I have a book. Hamate hespera, literally with the evening, that is, at sunset. Hama is often used as a preposition with words denoting time. Hippos, horse, is sometimes used as a collective noun, meaning cavalry, just as we speak of so-and-so's horse, meaning mounted regiment. Hippos in this sense is feminine. Eidon is plural because the battalion is regarded as the soldiers, so too kaiautui immediately below. Verbs of sense perception, for example, seeing, knowing, hearing, etc., take the accusative and participle in Greek, as they may do in English, saw him advancing. Ergon, action, used in Greek as we use action to denote battle. Thumo kai rume, with spirit and confidence. Dative of manner. Compare note above, chapter 7. Emellon, they were on the point of leaving the village. Compare above chapter 8. Huihoplitai, namely, the troops mentioned above chapter 8. Dromo, dative of manner. Compare note above chapter 7. Etrepon, routed them. Tunsenantius is understood from toisenantius. Hose pain, so to speak. This phrase is used to apologize for an exaggeration. Pantans hose pain means practically all, not literally all. The infinitive a pain is used absolutely, that is, without any syntactical construction with the sentence. Chapter 10. Hutos, see appendix. Tauta, this. Hutos refers to what precedes, hode refers to what is coming, as above chapter 3. Educum parastantes, happened to be standing near. Dynkano takes the participle where we use the infinitive. Hosui, loku, see note above chapter 4. Hyde, see introductory note B 8th point. Ta dupsilante atsumia enepese. Ipsilantis became disheartened. Tautes des maches. Hutos requires the article to be used before the noun as hode does. See also note above, chapter 2. De hysteriae, solicit hemera, on the next day. When an event is dated by the particular day, night, month, or year of its occurrence, the dative is used without a preposition. Otherwise the preposition en is used. The proclamation began, "Soldiers, I can hardly bring myself to sully that honorable and sacred name by applying it to persons such as you. Henceforth every bond is severed between us, but I shall ever feel profoundly the shame of having been your chief." So Alison. Inspipte is thrown into. The passive of compounds of ballein, throw, is formed by the corresponding compounds of piptein, fall. For example, ekballo, I expel, ekpipto, I am expelled. Compare apokteino, I kill, apotnesko, I am killed. Hierarchai, abstract for concrete, the Austrian authorities. Noso, literally by disease. Instrumental dative, see note above chapter 2. He fell ill and died. Ypsilantis was kept as a prisoner until 1827, when he was released, but he died in the following year from the effects of imprisonment in unhealthy fortresses. En goes with aporia as well as with ginduno. Epoikou, homewards. Epoikon, home. Epi with accusative states where one goes. With genitive it states the direction only. Edokun, seemed. Edoki, it seemed good. The two uses are the same as those of Latin videri. Heurein, see note above chapter 6. Chapter 11. Pylax, agon, oiketor, see appendix. Dun stratiotans is the object of apoleipein, which can be used transitively as here, or intransitively as below. Apoleipein ek tu agonos, to desist from the struggle. Lavein, indirect speech. They considered that they had taken up arms. Compare above chapter 8. Hosper kleptai polemein, to carry on a guerrilla warfare. Compare above chapter 2. Hosa turgon, see note above chapter 4. Donallon, masculine. Tade, see introductory note A 2nd point. Te trite hemera, compare note above chapter 10. Tatera is a contracted form of tahetera, literally the other parts, that is, the other side. Enaon, for uncontracted form, see appendix. Hyperken autuis, literally existed for them, that is, they found a refuge. Compare note above chapter 9. Chapter 12. Epiduomenos, for 2 months. Duration of time is expressed by the accusative alone, as above chapter 8, or with epi.
telos, as adverb, at last. Monasteries were often used during the war as fortresses, or places to store ammunition. In some cases the books they contained were destroyed to provide paper for cartridges. Nyktos, by night. The accusative, genitive, and dative are all used to denote time. Melle majestai, tende den nykta, nyktos, deide de nykti. He intends to fight throughout this night, by night, on this night. The accusative implies that the fighting and the night last the same length of time. The genitive implies that the night lasts longer than the fighting. The dative disregards duration altogether and merely states that the night and the fighting occurred together. Compare above, chapter 8 and chapter 10. Keryka, a man with a flag of truce. Adeam boyen, to give a safe conduct to Yorgaki and all the others who were there. The clause hosui paresan is equivalent to pensi tuisendon. Yorgaki addressed his followers thus: Brothers, in our present circumstances, a glorious death is all we ought to wish for, and I trust there is no one here base enough to regret his life. Let us imitate those true Greeks, our comrades, whose dead bodies are stretched on the fields of Dragashan and Skouleni, and whose blood yet cries for vengeance. If we die like them, perhaps on some future day our countrymen will gather up our bones and transport them to the classic land of our forefathers. So Gordon. Burgon, the belfry. Empresence, having set it, the gunpowder, alight. Apu, solicit chronu, from the time when. Two reasons are given for the failure. First, diatente axionesian, and second, hoti oikonomizon, owing to the folly of Ypsilantis, and because the inhabitants did not think, etc. It is very common in Greek to express two parallel ideas by two different syntactical constructions. Compare above this chapter, where a noun and a relative clause are parallel, and chapter 8, kalapos kaien hyeta, where an adverb and a prepositional phrase are parallel. End of section 5. The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Notes to Part 2. Section numbers refer to Sonnenschein's Greek grammar. Chapter 13. Passive and middle present of lyuein, indicative lyomai, infinitive lyestai, participle lyomenos. Section 183. Present participle active of einai, on, of lyuein lyon, strong aorist elton, all like hekon. Section 99. Of poiein poion, section 198. Prin eltsein, before affairs in Romania came. Paraskawazdontai, get ready to meet the crisis. The middle voice has a reflexive meaning, implying that the agent is working for or upon himself. In most cases English does not admit of this shade of meaning, and the middle is translated as if it was an active or neuter verb. For example, boulontai, they wish, majestai, to fight. In some cases, however, the reflexive force is retained. Paraskawazdontai, they make themselves ready, amynontai, they ward off from themselves, that is, they defend themselves. Hypsilantus strateguntos, under command of Ypsilantis. The genitive case is used absolutely in Greek, like Latin ablative absolute. Toonta, the things that are, that is, the truth. The Greeks were encouraged by several monks and hermits who issued from their cells and wrought on the superstition of the peasantry by visions and prophecies. Gar often introduces a narrative alluded to in the previous clause. In English, no corresponding conjunction is used. Edikon apobantes, happened to disembark. See also chapter 10 note. The Turkish armies were largely recruited from the Albanians, who enjoyed a high reputation for bravery. Inskaradran anedrewon, set an ambuscade in a ravine. Compare Latin abdere se in silvam. Nisekusi, compare above. Tu don genomenon, see above. Mellusan, coming. Chapter 14, passive and middle present of poiein, indicative poiumai, infinitive poiestai, participle poiumenos, section 199. Onoma, section 32, genos, section 33. Hyektas perioikidos Hellanes, see introductory note B, fourth point. Piran poiuntai tu deichus, make an attempt on the fort. Amynein means to ward off, silicit tuns polemius. The middle means to ward off for oneself, hence to defend oneself. See also note above. Pulavomenuis pros, deliberating with regard to. Hoste exeltein, on condition that the Turks should march out. Compare note above. Epituto, on this condition they guarantee their lives. Hosedunatonon, since it was impossible in any other way. The accusative is used absolutely instead of the genitive with impersonal verbs or neutral adjectives with on. See below, eoparaskon, there being a favorable opportunity, from impersonal eopareche, there is a favorable opportunity. Hos is often used with participles or prepositional phrases to give the motive for the action expressed by the main verb. See also below. Hyperche, their numbers were not sufficient. Compare note above chapter 12. Eoparaskon, see note above. Kalamatan apoliorkun, literally, they besieged a place. Chorionti, Kalamata as to its name. Kalamatan is an apposition to chorion, onoma is accusative of respect. Spondans poiuntai, same as spendontai. This periphrasis with poiestai is extremely common. Compare euchans poiuntai, same as euchontai, leian epoiunto, same as eleisdonto, fugan epoiunto, same as ephaugon, and other instances in the vocabulary, see under poiein. The passive is formed by gignestai, for example, archen poiuntu tu polemu, they begin the war, arche tu polemu gignetai, the war is begun. Hoste, see note above. They duce by their good fortune, instrumental dative. On the 5th of April 1821, the Greeks sang their first thanks to God for victory. The ceremony was performed on the banks of the torrent that flows by Kalamata. 24 priests officiated and 5,000 armed men stood round. Never was a solemn service of the Orthodox Church celebrated with greater fervour. Never did hearts overflow with sincerer devotion to heaven, nor with warmer gratitude to their Church and their God. Patriotic tears poured down the cheeks of rude warriors, and ruthless brigands sobbed like children. All present felt that the event formed an era in the history of their nation. So Finlay. Hosaitiun sontas, as being the authors. Kata, in accordance with. Hoti, selene, in apposition to logos. We might omit hoti and put inverted commas. Chapter 15. Passive and middle indicative past imperfect of lyein, elyomen. Section 183. Of poiein, epoiumen. Section 199. Strong aorist middle of gignestai, indicative egenomen, infinitive genestai, participle genomenos. Don genomenon, of what had happened. The commonest strong aorist middle are aistomen, aistanomai, perceive, aphicomen, aphignumai, arrive, episomen, binthanomai, ascertain, etrapomen, drepomai, turn, hypeskomen, hypisknumai, promise. Many of these Mussulmans were Greeks by origin. Their forefathers had adopted the religion of Muhammad to avoid having to send their children as tribute to Constantinople.
leian apoiunto, they plundered. See also note above chapter 14. Udiamakru, silicet chronu, literally, not at a great interval of time, that is, soon. Ekontes, having the events at Kalamata as examples of all that they too were likely to suffer. The Greeks at Patras issued a proclamation containing merely these emphatic words: peace to the Christians, respect to the consuls, death to the Turks. Lord Byron has translated one of their battle songs, Sons of the Greeks, Arise. Chapter 16. Active future of lyuein, indicative lyso, infinitive lysein, participle lyson, section 181. Polis, section 37. Eugenes, section 100. Ekenos, ekene, ekeno, section 142. Kaeti protoron, or a little before. Kai corrects the previous statement. Tuns prokritons, the primates. These were Greek officials appointed by the Turks to act as local magistrates in unimportant cases and to collect the taxes. Dihon epratsonto, by whose agency they raised the taxes. Hosbuleusontes, to deliberate. The future participle expresses purpose as in Latin. Enaxiomati asan hypo, were held in honor by, compare above chapter 3. Eisthanonto, literally, perceived the Greeks that they were preparing, that is, perceived that the Greeks were preparing. Eskopun hopos kolysonsi, considered how they should prevent. Indirect question, the tense and mood of the original question, how shall we prevent, are retained just as is the case with hoti. Compare note above, chapter 5. Lampsei, instrumental dative, by the taking. Uprochore, matters did not proceed as they wished. Arista hexei ta pragmata, matters would be best. Arista is an adverb. Compare note above, chapter 7. For omission of conjunction, see introductory note A second point. Ekpareskewes, by arrangement. Prosopoiunto, they pretended A, that a letter had come, and B, that he advised them. For the two different constructions, first, accusative and infinitive, second, hoti clause, see note above, chapter 12. Melonton, since the government intended to kill them all. Hyenarchais, same as hierarchai, as above, chapter 10. Epoikou means in the direction of home, homewards, like above epites polios. Epoikon above means home, implying that you get there. See also note above chapter 10. Chapter 17. Active weak aorist of lyuein, indicative elyusa, infinitive lyusai, participle lyusans, section 182. Basileus, section 37. Megas, section 105. Dieto echein, owing to his regarding all alike with suspicion. The article with the infinitive forms a noun equivalent. It can be used in any case, dative below, nominative below, and is especially common after prepositions. The infinitive may have a subject or object as pantans, and may be qualified by any adverbs as homoios, or adverb equivalents as anhypopsia, just as is the case with any other use of the infinitive. Megati pragma praxanta, literally, having done some great deed, that is, by some violent measure. To xylavein, by arresting them. See also note above. The chief dragoman and secretary were important Turkish officials. Tome hypakouein, literally, the not obeying, that is, disobedience. See note above. Basileos, same as sultanu. Tongar basilea, indirect speech. Compare above chapter 8. Dieto tan heortan agein, because of their keeping the festival. See note above. Gregory was arrested on Easter Eve. Etichon boiesontes, happened to be going to celebrate. Compare above chapter 13. Sultan Mahmud II was called the Butcher by the Greeks after this murder. Gregory was 82 years old at the time of his execution. There is no reason to suppose that he was inculpated in the conspiracy. At all events, he had solemnly excommunicated Ypsilantis when the news of the insurrection in Romania reached Constantinople. Chapter 18. Glycius, section 102. Polus, section 105. The feelings with which the Jews and Greeks regarded one another may be illustrated by this extract from Gordon. A band of Jews attended the Pasha's camp voluntarily in the capacity of executioners, allured merely by the pleasure of butchering with clubs the Greek prisoners. One of these execrable savages afterwards boasted that in a single day he had with his own hands slaughtered 64 victims. Greek priests wear beards, while other Greeks do not. Hence it was easy to recognize the body. Hosper theai duce, providentially. U kalapon, it is not hard to imagine all that the Greeks suffered. Chapter 19. Active perfect of lyuein, indicative leluca, pluperfect elelyke, infinitive lelykenai, participle lelukos, section 182. Some perfects end in tha, ga, fa. For example, elelytha, from erchum I come, befeuga, feugo, flee, elenfa, from lambano, take. Katalambanusi, mellonta, find that the people were on the point of holding an assembly. Verbs of finding and sense perception, perceiving, seeing, knowing, take the participle instead of the infinitive. Compare note above chapter 9. Hospeson, to persuade. Compare note above chapter 16. Deikismata, the fortresses in the Peloponnese still held by the Turks were Nauplia, Navarino, Modon, Coridon, Monemvasia, Patras, and Tripolitza. Τους nesiotans kai hosui esin. Compare note above, chapter 12. Apauton, same as apoton kindunon, which will result therefrom. Hosa hemartegasi, the crimes of the Turks. So hosa peponthamen, our sufferings. Panton hon epeponthesan, for all they had suffered. Hon is attracted into the case of its antecedent panton. This attraction occurs when the relative pronoun would naturally be in the accusative and its antecedent is in the genitive or dative. Eis tanonto, ontas. Compare note above. Chapter 20. Future middle of lyuein, indicative lyusemai, infinitive lyusestai, participle lyusomenos, section 183. Of einai, indicative esomai, infinitive esestai, participle esomenos, section 266. Nous, section 49, part 14. Nous, section 26. The inhabitants of Psara, Spetsa, and Hydra supplied sailors to man the Sultan's fleet, as well as paying a small tribute. Tadalla, in other respects they were free citizens. During the wars which followed the French Revolution, the crews often doubled their capital by carrying grain from the Bosporus to the blockaded towns. Doxan, accusative absolute from impersonal doke, it seems good, since they had determined. Compare note above chapter 14. Hopos xulampsontai, to arrest. Epimelesomene hopos boetheian, to arrange to prevent the Sultan sending help. Verbs of effort, for example, epimelestai, pratsein, take pains, philatsestai, take precautions, take hopos
with future indicative. Epimelesomenoi is in the nominative by sense construction. Ariston epaineto, plain, being equivalent to they determined to sail. Epainonto pareskewasdomenoi were clearly making ready. Phainomai enai, I appear to be. Phainomai on, I clearly am. Chapter 21. Weak aorist middle of lyuein, indicative eleusamen, infinitive leusastai, participle leusamenos. Section 183. Cher, section 49, item 24. Arguruns, section 93. The Turkish guns had a longer range than those of the Greeks, which made the latter unwilling to approach the man of war. On the other hand, the Turkish gunners were so erratic that Lord Byron remarked on one occasion that they would be more formidable if they did not take aim. Gnomen epoiesato, proposed. Agemisan glametidon, they filled with brushwood. Isto, getting into the small boat, they rowed away. Ugaren, for it was not possible. Dieto prosechen, owing to the enemy paying attention. See also note above, chapter 17. On several other occasions Canaris repeated the exploit here described. The Greeks excused these murders on the ground that they were avenging Gregory's execution. Chapter 22. Passive weak aorist of lyuein, indicative elysthen, infinitive lysthenai, participle lysthens, sections 183 and 108, item 3. Future indicative lysthesomai, infinitive lysthesestai, participle lysthesomenos, section 183. Tuveton, see introductory note A, second point. Demetrius Ypsilantis is thus described by Gordon. Nature had favoured him more in mind than in his corporeal frame, for his diminutive stature, bald head, awkward carriage, and indistinct utterance were ill calculated to win the opinions of those who beheld him. On the other hand, it was difficult to know without esteeming him, for even his enemies were forced to confess that to ardent patriotism he united courage, integrity, and humanity, disregarded the allurements of pleasure, and had much goodness of heart, with a steadiness of purpose which at times bordered upon obstinacy. Kolokotrones, like his father, had been a cleft. Tall and athletic, with a profusion of black hair and expressive features alternately lighted up with boisterous gaiety or darkened by bursts of passion. Among the soldiers he seemed born to command, having just the manners and bearing calculated to gain their confidence. On. Compare note above, chapter 19. The camp was situated at Veletsi, several miles south of Tripolitsa. The moral effect of this victory in encouraging the Greeks was out of all proportion to the losses actually inflicted on the Turks, which amounted to about 400 men. Chapter 23. Aner, section 49, item 1. Gunet, section 49, item 5. N. It was possible. Compare above, chapter 21. 18th. If any were known to them, that is, they sent to any of those inside whom they knew. Epito, dekestai, on condition of receiving. See also notes above, chapters 17 and 14. The report that a Turkish army was coming turned out to be false. Chapter 24. Passive and middle perfect indicative of lyuein, lelumai, pluperfect elelumen, infinitive lelustai, participle lelumenos, section 183. Ento neocastra. Navarino had capitulated on the 19th of August, and a dispute arose about searching the Turkish women for jewels which they were supposed to have concealed. Women wounded with musket balls and sabre cuts rushed to the sea seeking to escape, and were deliberately shot. Greeks seized infants from their mothers' breasts and dashed them against the rocks. Children, 3 and 4 years old, were hurled living into the sea and left to drown. When the massacre was ended, the dead bodies washed ashore or piled on the beach threatened to cause a pestilence. Francis, a Greek priest, who records these atrocities of his countrymen with shame and indignation, himself hired men to burn the bodies of the victims with the wrecks of some vessels in the harbour. So Finlay. Kolokotronis records in his memoirs that when he rode into the town, his horse from the walls to the palace never touched the earth, owing to the accumulation of dead bodies. Τους endon apoktenon des epepaunto, literally, murdering the inhabitants they had then desisted. Eiti paralleleipto, they plundered all that had been left. Some of the richest families in Greece today owe the foundation of their fortunes to the spoil of Tripolitsa. After the Greeks had been in possession of the city for 48 hours, they deliberately collected together about 2,000 persons of every age and sex, but principally women and children, and led them to a ravine in the nearest mountain, where they murdered every soul. Some prisoners were spared for a short time to bury the bodies of their slaughtered countrymen, which were putrefying by thousands in almost every house and garden. Even this precaution was too long neglected. The air was already tainted with a deadly miasma, and a terrible epidemic soon broke out among the Greeks. So Finlay. End of section 6. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Notes to Part 3. Section numbers again refer to Sonnenschein's Greek grammar. Chapter 25. Accusative, subjunctive, present of enai, o, section 266. Of lyein, lyo, section 181. Weak aorist lyoso, section 182. Strong aorist of baskein, batho, present of boyein, boyo, section 198. Regular comparatives of adjectives, sections 110, 111, 113, and adverbs, section 173. Hamataieri arkomeno, with the beginning of the spring. See ear. The participle is used as in Latin ante urbum conditam. Theros, summer, includes spring and autumn, and is used of the whole period during which military operations were carried on in ancient times. Hopos, esagagosin, in order to introduce. Hopos, or hina, in order that, with the subjunctive expresses purpose. The aorist in the subjunctive, optative, and imperative moods is not a past tense. The difference between it and the present is not a difference in time, but in kind of action. The present regards the action as continuing, the aorist regards it simply as occurring. See also appendix. Donne son gratete son. Genitive absolute expressing a condition. If the islands were conquered. Epikindinotaten eikon. See note above chapter 3. Euducesantes. See chapter 21. Auton, then they were. The genitive of comparison is used like the Latin ablative of comparison. It is a genitive of separation, iscurotere auton, meaning stronger starting from them. Duispansin euporotaten, excellently provided with everything. Celebrated for its fertility and the enchanting aspect of its gardens, Chios carried on a brisk trade in silk and fruit. From thence Constantinople was supplied with oranges, lemons, and citrons. But the most valuable production of the country is gum mastic, a substance highly valued by Eastern ladies who amuse their indolence by chewing it, deriving from that practice as much gratification as their male relations enjoy by inhaling the fumes of tobacco. So Gordon, "Povumenoi me bathosi," fearing that they would suffer. The object clauses after words of fearing are introduced by me, lest, followed by the subjunctive. Antonius Bornia had previously served in the French army. Epotrunosi, see note above. Eite metacosi, whether they should take part in the war. The subjunctive is used in deliberative questions as in Latin. De non an, there was danger lest. See also note above. Chapter 26. Irregular comparatives of adjectives. Sections 117 to 119, and adverbs, section 175. Beltion, section 120. Hos is used for houtos in the expressions kai hos, even so, oudos, not even so. Hoti, or hos, as immediately following, is used with superlatives of adjectives or adverbs meaning as much as possible, like Latin quam, prin dexelten, before they captured it. Polo, by much, that is, far more powerful. Astenestere hoste, literally, weaker than so as to, that is, too weak to defend themselves. Hei, as, catechilions, 1,000 at a time, distributive use of kata. Hose pain, see note above chapter 10. Epiduleia, for slavery, that is, to be slaves. It is said that out of 100,000 inhabitants of Chios, nearly a third were massacred and nearly the half enslaved. Only 1,800 were still living on the island in August 1822. Chapter 27. Active optative present of lyen, lyemi. Section 181. Strong aorist of paskein, pathymi. Numerals. Section 122. His, duo, tres, tetsares. Section 123. Houtos epraxan. Fared thus. Praxin, like do in English, with adverb means to fare. The Albanian Christians, who lived at Suli, had fought on the side of Ali Pasha of Janina. When Ali was killed, February 1822, they had continued the war with some success under Marcus Botsaris, but were now being besieged in the castle of Kiafa, which is the Acropolis of Suli. Parakui, after an historic tense, ebuleto, the optative may be used instead of the subjunctive in final clauses, and with verbs of fearing, as below, povumenos me echeien. Gnome, inferior to no one in judgment. Oudenos is genitive of comparison. See note above chapter 25. The Philhellenes were officers from various European countries who had volunteered for service in Greece. The corps, consisting of about 100 men, was formed to show the Greeks the value of discipline. Genos, by race, accusative of respect. Compare above chapter 14. Gogos had greatly distinguished himself in the previous year by repulsing a Turkish attack on Petta. Phobumenos me echeien, see note above. Egatexunsi, if they should control the administration of affairs. Huide, the Turks. See also introductory note B, 8th point. Chapter 28. Active optative weak aorist of lyen, lysaimi, section 182. Topolu, excelsioien, bear the brunt of the attack. Descens, fearing that they would no longer effect anything. Most of the Turkish army had been recruited in Albania. When two relative clauses, referring to the same antecedent, here lophon, stand side by side, and the second relative would be in a different case from the first. Here first relative is hon, and second would be hos. The second relative is either omitted, as here, or replaced by a personal pronoun. Compare St. Matthew 3:12, whose fan is in his hand, and he, not who, will thoroughly purge his floor. Hos soterias, as each group had hope of safety. Des lupois, with the rest. Compare note above chapter 7. Udmias elatson, less than none, that is, worse than any of the calamities in the war. The remnant of the Philhellenes was disbanded shortly afterwards. The following incident is related by Gordon. At noon on the 16th of July, as Mavrocordato sat at dinner with his suite at Langara, one of the Greek commanders, examining the shoulder blade of a sheep according to a method of divination practised in the East, declared that their friends had suffered a bloody defeat. This caused some mirth at the seer's expense, until a horseman, while they were still at table, brought news of the battle of Petta. 2 days after the battle, Gogos went over to the enemy. Some of the Suliots continued to fight on the Greek side under Marcus Botzaris. See chapter 35. Corcyra, or Corfu, was neutral territory, being under the control of an English High Commissioner. Chapter 29. There were no houses in Salamis for the accommodation of these refugees, and the landowners showed their patriotism by exacting rent for the privilege of sleeping under an olive tree. Brachea ekon had their supplies short, that is, were short of supplies. See also note above chapter 3. Hoper, like Latin, id quod. Hoson u, almost, like Latin, modo non. Alle alla elagon, like Latin, alias alia dicebant. Chapter 30. Ego su, section 128. Active imperative mood of einai, isthi, section 266. Of lyein, present lye, section 181. Of boyein, boye, section 198. Weak aorist of lyein, lyeson, section 182. Strong aorist of baskein, bate. Matzonton, let them learn. The third person plural of imperatives is the same in form as the genitive plural of the participle. Ekontai kai hainesoi. The islands too are in their hands. The present is used graphically for the future. Tina elpida ekontes. With what hope or with what purpose? The interrogative tis, who, is declined like the indefinite tis, anyone, but accented differently. Section 151. Pos ublabe, solicit esti, how is it not a loss? That is, surely it is injurious. Nomise me dens, let no one suppose. Prohibitions are expressed by me, or compounds me dens, meketi kaitaloipa, with either the aorist subjunctive, or second, the present imperative, as below. Philatsomen, let us guard. The subjunctive supplies the missing first person plural of the imperative as in Latin. Anakorousin, participle, when they retreat. Pantom malista, most of all. Baskein, same as blaptestai. Meketi, este, do not be alarmed any longer. See note above. Prosumon, in your favor. Symbesetai hemin, will happen to us. That is, will be achieved by us. Chapter 31. Reflexive pronouns heauton, spes. Section 134. Passive and middle subjunctive present of lyein, lyomai, section 183, of poiein, poiomai, section 199, strong aorist middle of gignistai, genomai. Tas phthera auton, equivalent to Latin sua, their own property. Sphetheros is used either as a direct reflexive, referring to the subject of the verb in its own clause, or, second, as an indirect reflexive used in a subordinate clause and referring to the subject of the main verb. If auton is added, it is a direct reflexive only. Tu se autu, his own men. Tau tei, there. Spons is an indirect reflexive, used in a subordinate clause and referring to the subject of the main verb. Upolus, there was not much time, and Kolokotrones arrived. That is, it was not long before Kolokotrones arrived. Tolmeroteroi auton genomenoi, becoming braver than themselves, a common way in Greek of expressing their courage increased. Hyekton meteoron, we should say those on the hills. Greek often accommodates the preposition to the sense of motion expressed in the verb. The men came down from the hills. Asphaleiates exolu, that Ypsilantes and his men might come away in safety. On the second occasion, one of the Greeks happened to be asleep when his companions evacuated the fort and was accidentally left behind. Awakened by the noise of the Turks rushing in to plunder, he seized a large copper cauldron, and putting it over his head to conceal his features, walked boldly out. The Turks, thinking he was one of themselves carrying off loot, let him pass with a few jokes at his ridiculous appearance. So Trikupi. Chapter 32. Hostis, section 162. Weak aorist subjunctive of lyein, passive lyso, middle lysomai. Section 183. Prosdekonto should be prosdekomenoi, corresponding with philatsontes, but such slight irregularities are very common. Compare emelle below. The Turkish fleet, which should have brought supplies, sailed away to Patras, owing to the admiral's jealousy of Dramali. Tatom polemion, seeing the affairs of the enemy in what state they are, that is, seeing in what state the enemy are. For the order of words by which tatom polemion is made the object of idontes, instead of being placed in the dependent clause as subject, compare St. Mark 1:24, I know thee who thou art. Hostis introduces an indirect question. The direct question was Antini esti tatom polemion, in what state are the enemy's affairs? Greek retains the original tense, esti, just as it does in hoti clauses. See note above chapter 5. Dramali's difficulties were much increased owing to the season being singularly dry. Disease broke out among his men, who were living mainly on green grapes and unripe melons. Hytines poiesontai, to make an ambuscade. Hostis, with future indicative, expresses purpose. Ta kalapotata, the most difficult points in the pass. Poiesontai, krateseian. After an historic tense, hopos may take the subjunctive, as note above chapter 25, or the optative, as note above chapter 27. Occasionally, as here, both are used. There is no difference in meaning. N, it was possible. Hopoi trapontai, where to turn. Deliberative subjunctive, see note above chapter 25. Kai, both, and. Chapter 33. Idon pragmata, seeing the state of affairs. See also note above chapter 7. Tuonantion, the opposite way to that which the enemy were guarding. Hytinas, since they. Hostis, besides being an indirect interrogative pronoun, is used, first, to express cause as here, second, with future indicative to express purpose, see note above chapter 32, and third, as an indefinite relative pronoun meaning whoever, as immediately below. To poly, same as hypolloi, the majority. The state of these fugitives is thus described by Gordon. The famishing soldiers, after eating all their horses, existed on the flesh of their dead comrades, and even fought over their graves. Chapter 34. Passive and middle optative present of lyen, lymen, section 183. Of poien, poimen, section 199. Strong aorist middle of gignestai, genuimen. These Albanians were Christians, serving as mercenaries to the Turks. They spoke the same dialect and wore the same dress as Marcus Botsaris and his Suliots. From Marcus Botsaris, see note above, chapter 27. Peiram poiestai, see note above, chapter 14. An epiperuinto, they would attack. An gives to the optative a potential sense, expressed in English by would, might, or could. Hopoitrapuinto, where to turn. After an historic tense, the optative may be substituted for the deliberative subjunctive in indirect questions. The original question was poitrapometa, where are we to turn? Compare above, chapter 32. Chapter 35. Passive and middle imperative present of lyen, lyu. Weak aorist middle, lysai. Weak aorist passive, lytheti, section 183. Strong aorist middle of gignestai, genu. Present of poien, poiu, section 199. Autu, on the spot. Hytinas, since they. See also note above, chapter 33. Me ekplagete, do not be alarmed. See note above, chapter 30. Pletheilasons, inferior in numbers. Me andreius unsi, if we are not brave. The negative is me, not u, because the participle expresses a condition. Proshemon, on our side. Compare above, chapter 30. Peripleistu poieste, literally, regard above very much, that is, regard as of the greatest importance. Chapter 36. Optative present of einai, eien, section 266. Optative weak aorist passive of lyen, lytheien, middle, lyseimen, future, lysuimen, section 183. Ebulemeno moiesti, literally, whether it is to me being willing, that is, whether I am willing. Compare Latin, quibus bellum volentibus erat. Decestai de pole, admit into the city. The dative pole is instrumental, literally, receive with the city. The instrumental ablative in Latin is used similarly with recipere. Asmenos an dexeimen, I would gladly admit him. We translate the predicated adjective asmenos by an adverb. Compare Latin, primus hoc feci, I did it first, and teleutaios, as above, chapter 29. Pros, in answer to, periton Hellanikon, with regard to the Greek war. Ta Hellanica is the subject of melle. See note above, chapter 32. Katepainuinto, are in sight. In a clause introduced by Hoti, that, the optative may be substituted for the original indicative if the tense of the main verb is historic. Here, else. Note that though the mood is altered, the tense remains the same. The original message was Hui turkoi katafainon. See also note above chapter 5. E elpizduyen, whether they hoped. Elpizduyen in the original question was elpizlunsi. Instamalista, in the highest degree. Amen, fubrimetha, eye anankastemen, equi. What were these words in the original statement? Boulumonus, if you are willing. Ukidion, the lead he had was not his own. See also note above, chapter 3. Boulausuito, he actually said, Boulausomai, I'll think about it. Hoti sometimes introduces the original words and is represented in English by inverted commas. Tuoinu, partitive genitive, some wine. Xunanenkui, may everything turn out as we wish. The optative by itself in a principal sentence expresses a wish, hence its name. The Turks subsequently advanced to Anatolican, a small town situated in the lagoons, about 5 miles west of Messalongi. The inhabitants had been accustomed to get their supplies of drinking water from the mainland, as there were no springs on the island. Of this the Turks were aware, and therefore expected to force it to surrender quickly. A Turkish shell, however, happened to fall on the church of St. Michael, and, breaking through the pavement, disclosed a spring, which not only supplied sufficient water, but encouraged the people to think that a miracle had been performed on their behalf. After about a month, the Turks abandoned the siege. End of section 7. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in September of 2022. The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Notes to Part 4. Section numbers again refer to Sonnenschein's Greek grammar. Chapter 37, Die Man, sections 196 and 197. Paragnomen, contrary to expectation. Hoper, which no one would have believed if he had been told before it happened. An is used with the past tenses of the indicative in a potential sense, expressing might have, would have, could have. See also note above chapter 34. Tamen, tade, partly, partly, or sometimes at other times. As an instance of Byron's energy, the following story may be quoted. When he was at Kefalonia, a number of workmen engaged in excavating were buried by the fall of a mass of earth. Byron heard of the accident while at dinner, and rushing to the place, seized a spade, and by his example stimulated the panic-stricken onlookers to set to work. The result was that all the workmen were rescued. The Ionian Islands, being under the protection of England, were the chief place of refuge for those Greeks who had been driven from their homes by the Turks. See also note above chapter 28. Hansannance, whatever ships they had. An, joined to relative pronouns or conjunctions and followed by the subjunctive, gives an indefinite sense expressed in English by ever. On the 30th of December, Byron and Count Gamba, an Italian, with their baggage and a large sum of money, set sail in separate ships. Byron's ship fell in with a Turkish frigate, but succeeded in getting away to some rocky islands called Scrophis, where Byron concealed himself in a cave. Gamba and his ship were captured, but by a curious coincidence the captain of the Turkish frigate had once been saved from death by the Greek skipper, and, in gratitude for this, he pretended that he saw nothing suspicious about the vessel, and let it continue its voyage. Chapter 38. Zden, Krestai, section 232. Contracted futures, sections 235, 1, 236, and 237, item 1. See chapters 34 and 35. Ute hosten, communtai, nor having whence they shall get rations. That is, not being able to get rations. Estin hote, sometimes. Compare below. Estin he, in some places. The disorder culminated in the following incident. A Suliote, noted for his bravery, came to the armory with the young son of Marcus Botzaris, and having no written permission to enter, was stopped by the sentry. He persisted in going in, and the officer on guard ordered him to be arrested. A quarrel ensued, and the Suliote, having received a blow, killed the officer on the spot. In an instant alarm pervaded the town. The Suliotes rose to arms, threatening to storm the armory and even Byron's house if their countryman, who had been apprehended, was not set at liberty. The riot was at length appeased, but Byron declared that he would return to the Ionian Islands if the Suliotes did not leave Messalongi. So Gordon, eprasin hopos, took steps to make the place secure. Verbs of effort take hopos with future indicative. See also note above chapter 20. Uchexun sin hopos, will not be able to. See also note above. His is used emphatically with superlatives. This man of all others, like Latin unus, ton gatheoton, of his contemporaries. On the 9th of April, Byron went out to ride near the town, and was overtaken by a heavy shower and returned home in a boat. Shortly afterwards he complained of fever. The doctors prescribed bleeding, but he refused, saying, "I will drink all your medicines, but not one drop of my blood will I shed. All of it shall be shed on the field of battle." Delirium came on, then stupor, and at 6 o'clock in the afternoon of Easter Monday, 19th of April, at the instant of an awful thunderstorm, Byron expired. His coffin was laid by the side of the grave of Marcus Botzaris, but as he expressed a wish to be buried in the tomb of his ancestors, at Hucknall Torkard, near Nottingham, the body was removed to England, and his heart interred at Messalongi. Chapter 39. Der Loon, sections 200 and 201. Tahaudon, regarding only their own interests. To iskremathi, from lack of money, instrumental dative. Hosan dei, whatever was necessary. See note above chapter 37. A committee was formed in London, including Jeremy Bentham, Joseph Hume, and T. Gordon, the historian of the war, and a loan amounting to £300,000 was raised. The security was very bad, and in fact the interest was never paid, but by a fortunate coincidence for Greek liberty, a mania for every kind of wild speculation had just then seized English capitalists. A talent was a sum of money worth 6,000 drachmae, or £210 in English money. A drachma is equivalent to a franc. Hosa labuyen, whatever money they got. After an historic tense, edapanon, the relative followed by the optative is used in an indefinite sense. After a primary tense, this would be hosan labosi. Compare above. Ektutuiutu, by such conduct. Every man of consideration in his own imagination wanted to place himself at the head of a band of armed men, and hundreds of civilians paraded the streets of Nauplia with trains of kilted followers like Scottish chieftains. Phanariates and doctors of medicine, who in the month of April were clad in ragged coats, and who lived on scanty rations, threw off that patriotic chrysalis before summer was past, and emerged in all the splendour of brigand life, refulgent with brilliant but unused arms, fluttering about in rich Albanian habiliments, and followed by diminutive pipe-bearers and tall henchmen. So Finlay. Chapter 40. Histanai, active voice, section 248. Antesteauta, went against him. The strong aorist, perfect and pluperfect of histanai and its compounds are intransitive. Isaporion katastasai, means to reduce to helplessness. That's weak aorist. Esaporian katastanai means to be reduced to helplessness. That's strong aorist. Heuretai, deliberative subjunctive. Heureito might have been used. See note above, chapter 34. Mehemet Ali was a determined reformer, although his reforms, like those of all Eastern despots, were directed solely to 2 points: augmenting his revenue and forming a disciplined standing army. The first he brought about by a most horrible system of oppression and monopoly, turning the cultivators into bondsmen and making himself the only merchant and landowner in the country. The second he effected by establishing an arbitrary conscription among the Arab villagers and purchasing the services of European instructors. So Gordon. Tates choras isto epideion. Controlling the organization of the country, he arranged matters to his own advantage. Hoten, by which course. Hotan, hey, whenever occasion should arise. Temporal conjunctions compounded with an, hotan, hopotan, epeidan, followed by the subjunctive, have an indefinite sense, expressed in English by ever. This ever has one of 2 meanings. 1. It refers to one occasion in the unknown future. For example, whenever, meaning at any time when, I die, I shall be cremated. 2. It refers to an unknown number of occasions. For instance, whenever, meaning at every time when, I am hungry, I eat. Hotan is used in sense 1, hopotan in sense 2, epeidan in either sense. See 2 more instances immediately below. Epeide hypeste, since he had undertaken the expedition. Hopote eltsuyen, whenever they came to close quarters. After an historic tense, hote, hopote, and epeide, followed by the optative, are used in the same indefinite sense as hotan, hopotan, and epeidan, with the subjunctive. See note above. Compare the use of the relative. Note above, chapter 39. Deon, accusative absolute. See note above, chapter 14. Chapter 41. Histanai, middle and passive. Section 249. Dunamai, I am able. Epistamai, I know, are conjugated like histamai, but see section 256. Heosan peirontai, until they should try. Heosan, so long as or until. Mechrian or mechrihuan, until, followed by the subjunctive, have an indefinite sense not expressed in English. They refer, either, to one occasion in the unknown future. For example, we will work till we have finished. Or second, to an unknown period of time. For example, while there is life, there is hope. After an historic tense, the same indefinite sense is expressed by heos, mechri, or mechrihu, followed by the optative. Compare notes above, chapter 40. Tuis epikiremasin, instrumental dative. They were not successful in, literally by, their efforts. Ukechontes, not having a point at which they should make a stand, that is, a rallying point. Heos anankasteien, see note above. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a soldier, bearing a lighted match, was seen to leave the monastery and run towards the entrance of a great subterraneous magazine situated outside. He fell, pierced with balls, and 5 of his companions, following his example, one after the other, shared his fate. Unable to execute their first project, the Greeks resolved to inflame the powder they had within the monastery. They ceased their fire, and the Turks, darting on, sword in hand, scaled the walls on every side. When suddenly the Hellenic flag was lowered, a white banner inscribed with the words "Liberty or Death" waved in the air, a single gun gave the signal, and a tremendous explosion, shaking the island and felt far out at sea, buried in the ruins of St. Nicholas thousands of the conquerors and the conquered. So Gordon. Chapter 42. De Cnunai, sections 250-251. A desultory siege of Patras continued throughout the war. Taperi, the management of the loan was not in accordance with their views. Bryn got a Lyseyan until they should overthrow the existing democracy. The Greeks had elected representatives, but great confusion had arisen owing to party quarrels. If the main verb is negatived, and uprin, not before, means not until, Bryn takes the same construction as mechri and heos. See note above, chapter 41. When Bryn means before, it takes the infinitive. Uprotorum Bryn, not until. The indicative is used referring to a definite time, as is the case with all temporal conjunctions. Diadon de Thanaton, Caihoti, first, owing to his son's death, and second, because the conspirators were unsuccessful. See also note above chapter 12. Kathistato deus and deus agruis, befell the rural population. Diatopoiestai, compare note above chapter 17. It was owing to this civil war that no assistance had been sent to Cassus and Psara. Chapter 43. Ienai, indicative mood. Section 267. Neocastron, situated on the mainland opposite the south end of Sphacteria, is generally known as Navarino, from some merchants who came from Navarre and settled there in the 15th century. Diamachas Ienai, to fight. Compare diapobu Ienai, to be afraid, above chapter 30. Dia, in such phrases, expresses the circumstances, literally, to come into a state of battle. To iaudes, that is, against disciplined troops. Sphacteria is famous as the scene of the Spartan surrender in BC 425. Katatonlimena, on the harbour side. Mavrocordato, being a slow runner, would have been taken prisoner had not two soldiers helped him along and got him on board a vessel from Hydra, named the Mars. For 6 hours he sat in the cabin, holding a pistol which might save him the ignominy of being sent in chains to Constantinople. He uttered no word except now and then a brief sentence expressive of the vanity of ambition, and a resolution, if he survived, to retire into private life. Meanwhile the Mars fought her way out of the harbour. The Turkish ships did not dare to approach too near, as the Greek captain could be seen standing with a lighted torch ready to blow up the ship if any attempt was made to board her. So Finlay. Chapter 44. Ienai, all moods and tenses. Section 267. Epote is used with the future indicative to express on condition that. The present indicative of Ienai and its compounds has a future meaning. The past imperfect and the other moods supply the missing forms of erchomai. Hopoi ambulontai, whithersoever they wished, literally shall wish. Eiepiuien, if ever the enemy attacked. After an historic tense, a with the optative expresses if ever. See also note above chapter 40. When the main verb is primary, the same meaning is expressed by en, equivalent to an, followed by the subjunctive. Compare immediately below and see another note above chapter 40. Paralogon, contrary to expectation. Tentopolin, they burnt a the town, and b whatever they could not carry away. See note above chapter 12. En pos, if perchance, that is, in hopes that. After an historic tense, this might be apos with optative. Compare below chapter 45. When Kolokotrones was imprisoned, see above chapter 42, he exclaimed, I have twice saved my country, and shall be called upon to save it a third time. So Gordon. The Greeks were so demoralized that Kolokotronis had great difficulty in keeping his men together. On one occasion his scouts rushed in crying, "Back, back, there are horsemen in the olive yard." Presently, however, the horsemen were transformed into a flock of crows and flew away. So Trikupi. During this expedition Ibrahim advanced nearly as far as Argos. From a lofty point in the road he caught a view of Hydra, and stretching out his hand exclaimed, "Ah, little England, how long wilt thou escape me?" So Gordon. Chapter 45. Didonai. Active Voice, Section 262. When the Turks retired from Messolongi, see Chapter 36, they buried their guns and erected tombstones over them. The Greeks were deceived by this stratagem, and proudly pointed to the inscriptions which recorded the fate of their enemies. When Kütahei, or Reshid Pasha as he was generally called, began the second siege, he dug up the guns and used them against the Greeks. E me except. E egeneto, if this had not been done, they would have been compelled. Unfulfilled past condition. Hopote, see note above, Chapter 40. Epos, see note above, Chapter 44. Aneo poliorkias, literally, without expense and a siege, that is, without a costly siege. Lithunste, kaieti, see note above, Chapter 44. Dynastian, would be able. This could have been expressed by hoti dynaitoan. See also note above, Chapter 34. Udemian autu, they had no hope that, hos, they would prevail unless they were to get possession of it. Tuergon, that is, the making of the mound. Prosecunsi is dative plural of participle. Chapter 46. Didonai, middle and passive. Section 263. Kalos epraxan. See note above, Chapter 27. Heosan, see note above, Chapter 41. Kathemeran proiunsan, as each day came on. Astenestrie hoste, too weak to. See also note above, Chapter 26. At Messolongi, when they issued forth amid the drizzle of the night, feeling their desolation and their doom, they said to one another, "The Almighty himself weeps for us tonight." But they went on sword in hand to fall for their country, greeting her with the gladsome cry, "Arise, thou dearest mother." So Gennadius. Krauge, by some cry of confusion, literally of those confused. Almost at the moment when the garrison rushed on the Turks, that portion of the Messolongiots which was then on the bridges raised a cry of "Back, back." Great part of the Messolongiots stopped, fell back, and returned into the town with the military escort, which ought to have formed the rear guard of the sortie. The origin of this ill-timed cry, which weakened the force of the sortie and added to the victims in the place, has excited much unnecessary speculation. It evidently arose among those who were in danger of being forced into the ditch. Their cry was repeated so loudly that it created a panic. So Finlay. Hosuis and Dykhuyen. See note above, Chapter 39. Epos. Compare above, Chapter 45. Anigeneto. See note above, Chapter 45. The deserter was a Bulgarian mercenary. Chapter 47. Strong aorist. Eben, Egnon, Ealon, Elun. Sections 271 and 272. Uprosekon. Accusative absolute. See note above, Chapter 14. Hoste, on condition that. Dunsde med decomenus, saying that they would compel those who rejected the terms to observe them. Asmenui, gladly. See also note above, Chapter 36. Hosa, Izuyen. See note above, Chapter 39. Chapter 48. The English admiral, Sir Edward Codrington, was in command of the whole fleet as being the senior admiral. The instructions which he gave to his colleagues in the event of a general engagement concluded with Nelson's words that no captain could do very wrong who placed his ship alongside that of an enemy. So Fife. Upolus Chronos. See note above, chapter 31. N. It was possible. Compare below. Tanawagia. Some of these wrecks are still to be seen on shore and beneath the water. Emoi melesei. These are the concluding words of Xenophon's Hellenica. Emoi is dative of agent, by me. End of section 8. End of the Greek War of Independence by Charles D. Chambers. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in 2022.